Oh, the interwebs. Is anyone out there? Oh, that is giving me a little bit of a issue. Let me hit the refresh button. Maybe that will help. Yeah, we want it muted. I don't want echo, 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 echo. Hello, the interwebs. Yes, echo. Right. Does anyone know the source or what echo was? I think I do, but I'm not sure. And I'm not going to say. So somebody who shows up later and watches this. No Googling. It's unfair. Why did that disappear? A lot of stuff right there. Maybe that's why it disappeared. I don't know. Ah, okay. Let's do a little bit of work here. Where we start properly with making episodes. And we'll probably restart. Over to skill. These are infantry divisions. So not every general has okay. Oh no, because that's Panzer leader. I put that back in. That's right. That's what it should be. Compared to yeah, no, that's right. Okay, good. So not everyone has Panzer leader. I know it's combined arms, but not everybody has that. Though it does. This is sort of weird. I wonder why this is doing this. It is weird. Okay, well. I hope everything is working out there correctly. Maybe we will send these guys somewhere else and see if that helps this issue. Them not showing up on the map. Okay, well, let's do this. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 divisions. Right. Let's send them over to here. Now that showed up on the map. See, it's out here on the map if I'm out here, but it's when I zoom into here. I don't know why it's doing that. Well, it's a thing. Bug, maybe? Don't know if it's quite that above a thing. Okay, so now let's grab 3, 4. There we go. Let's send them up to here. Let's come down to here. These guys have yet to start filling out properly, but that's fine. Now that is. Below the interwebs, anybody out there at all? Or I'm all alone here. Let's take these 3 divisions. and send them out here. Or, yeah. There we go. Okay, we might need Schwer Bruno Canone to assault some fortress here, maybe Liège or something. So let's send him there. What else is here? Okay, just assay types. I think we'll leave Liebstandart where it is. Now, is there a higher SS? Ah, yes, there we go. Now, there we go. SS. SS Hauptamt headquarters, basically. Oh, see here, even like in Munich this is disappearing for some reason. I don't know why. But the SS things there, I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Good way to lose units, that's for sure. You see, he's a fortress buster. And he has some heavy artillery, so that's a good combination for the moment. Though we might see about changing something here. Now he should not be there. On Manstein. Maybe he was, I don't think so, but maybe he was something like that. Type of a command. Well, let's go way down. Skill wise here. There we go. We want von Manstein for better duties. Okay, well, let's see. Do we have any? Yes. See, we have ranking SA man here. Go. Don't have enough to put someone everywhere, but we can at least get some of the SA and commanders. Save button. Anybody out there yet on the interwebs? Okay, well. No, it's core with one division. Not that that's terrible, but It's not the most useful of assets. Did I start earlier or something? I don't think so, but I don't know. That could be useful reinforcements for. East Russia, so we'll organize these guys up here. Not that we need an escort, but we could use the liners to transport them. So they will do that. No, okay, let's look. Okay, we have Fritz still in charge here. Rom and Molly should not be in charge here. Can anyone say why Brom or Molly should not be in charge? And no, well, he wasn't, at least at this time, in command here. But I'm not just saying that he had a different command. I mean, he did, I know. But why he just shouldn't be in charge, as opposed to not why he wasn't, if you understand the difference. And this had to be put in at the start. So there is like, use brow hitch there. Over commander this is dead as group sued. Hello, Daniel. How you doing? Okay, that's a semi-motorized division, obviously. You can come to there. I think we're going to remove von Brauhitch from this command. Big Danzig maybe, so we'll send him there. What are you going to do for Thanksgiving? Oh, not a lot. Unfortunately, this year. Okay, we'll put him in charge there with the SA. And we can put, now let's try somebody else. Two guys here with the city fighting. Right. I gave a bunch of them city fighting traits because of, you know, their street fighting of the. Okay, well, we'll just put him here. Hey, Toy Jet. You know, family's moving. Some of my family is very afraid. of COVID. Some for good reason. Some have serious health issues. So, and people, I'm not saying people shouldn't be worried about it, but maybe overly. But we could do better than him. Yeah, let's just see if we find a sort of a generic skill 3 guy. There we go. How you been, Toy Jet? Yeah, see, that's appropriate. Okay, so we got them going there. Our first Hoth, Papa Hoth in charge of this division. Yeah. Need to move on place somewhere else. That'd be a better job for him. We get back from Thanksgiving break on the 4th of December. Okay. Yeah, it could be a bit of a timing question issue there. I can see that one. Let's send you over to here. Okay, I know this isn't terribly exciting. I'm going to get the clock rolling soon here. Because I'm not a wondrous staff organized guy, I'm going to move at least some of my armor units into one place so I know where they are and I can find them. We'll get them created into a armored core. Well, don't know how much we really, well, yeah, I guess you can come up to here. We'll need somebody sort of ready to deal with Denmark. Yes, it exists, Toy Jet. I know that's not news you wanted to hear, but it does. I'm doing good. Had a good night's sleep. Woke up a while ago. Sort of waiting to start this. Been wanting to get it going. Day. Let's do this again. We've been doing accessing that. Command HQ. Yeah, again, it's there, but it's not there. I don't know why. Because that's all there, or that's there. Okay. That's going to come around there. Okay, I think this is enough sort of messing around here for a while. Well, let's see, is there somebody else in Munich I want to get going somewhere? Yeah, let's move you up to defend the port. Then I gotta save the game one other time. And then I'm gonna restart the game. For this run, do better than last time. I definitely take, oh no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to quit. Don't worry everyone, your screen's going black. That's planned. Not even a crash. Learned a lot with the, one in which I got my ass beat. Make sure I have more manpower. Do a better job. That kind of thing. No, we're just, hello, Frederico Vago. No, just the more I've noticed, the more times you go into the leader selection and to pick generals for divisions and corps and whatever, the more times you do that, it seems to make the game a little less stable. And since I'm also streaming this on this system and I'm going to be recording an episode, those things make things a little less stable. So I'm just sort of restarting as a planned thing to hopefully not do that. Oh yes, lessons. Learn from your defeats. Learn from your mistakes. And I'm going to get ready and start an episode here in just a moment. But that last playthrough was never meant to get to Russia. It lasted longer than it did, and I'm hopefully getting back ready to modding again to get TRE finally ready and out, and then I'm going to be starting over again. So I don't know how long this playthrough is going to last either, because once everything's really good, I want to start over again. So there's reason to do that. But I've learned a lot with the changes that were made with Black Ice. So doing better. Hello. Narsik? Sorry, I'm playing right now, but the USA, sadly, they have no flavor and they're pretty nerfed. Well, okay. Well, one thing, now I don't know where you are in the game, and I have not played the USA. The short reason why I haven't played the USA is if you go back and you sort of puzzle out, well, how could the USA have won World War II? Oh, wait a minute, do just what they did. So where I'm more interested in is how could Germany have won? Hey, thanks for hosting now, Arno. Thank you. Good to have you here. So since we, no plan Z, no. It's more of a challenge or more of a thought process, challenge, if you will, is how could Germany have won the war? So that's sort of the short answer of why I don't play it. Now, Nerfed, I understand, and again, I haven't played it, they have really tried to make the USA more historical in regards to the Depression era. Before 1940, there is very little stuff and military work and military production, so it's very weak then. So, but supposedly once you get going in the war, at some point 41, 42, whenever that is, you should really get roaring with America. And yeah, there's not as much flavor with America. They did a poll in the Black Ice forum years and years ago now. 70% of players of Black Ice play Germany. Now, it wasn't, and it was, the main players were, USA, Britain, Soviets, Italy, whatever. You could pick more than one. What countries do you play? And I think the next nearest country, and I forget what it was like 30%. So, so somebody could say, oh, I played Germany and Britain or something, or what are the nations you normally play? So, they could say they could pick more than one. I don't know if they could have picked them all, but so it's, you can have more than 100%, but so 70%. So most players play as Germany. So there's a lot more work done on flavor for Germany. And I guess Arno and Toy Jet are just bit. Yeah, but the resources are incredibly tiny. However, I can develop them. You see that, and that's what this new system of developing resources and using your industrial output to do so is all about. And I've learned about that, and that's changing things. Hey, Arno. Well, this is the other one, and we're at the other playthrough with TRE, and so we're at May 37. So I'm going to use this opportunity to start making an episode here. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're going to be continuing the playthrough that we're looking at how well I've so far made Third Reich events work with Black Ice 10.51. Yeah, I think it's a minor job to update it to the more recent one once I get there. I'm not sure about the other playthrough, the one that we were losing against the Russians, if I'll go back to there, but not right immediately. I'll see. The biggest thing, of course, the biggest problem with that is the lack of manpower. And I know some people, I think, just want to see a YouTuber go through pain and suffering, but I think a lot of want to see, well, can I overcome the challenge? This is a real challenge. Yeah, I get that it is a challenge, but I just don't see a manpower solution, and I really think to a point the game is broken, because in 1942 Germany should not be running out of manpower. God, no. So that don't forget to build your heavy tanks earlier. They will help you. Well, we'll see about if we get that far, but with the heavy tanks, but focusing on more of Air Force help, perhaps. Yes, definitely I would say from the last playthrough I did not build enough fighters. 1 and 2, when I started the campaign in Russia, I left too many fighters in the West. I should have had more. So it was always sort of like, oh shit, all my fighter units are, those knew we were talking about what went wrong with the last playthrough. It was always just feeding in a few more, as opposed to just having enough to defeat their air force and keep them down. It was always just trying to be defensive. To a point, it would have been better to move all of my aircraft in the West to the east and just suffer the IC damage of strategic bombing for a little while and take out their air force in the air, and maybe some bombing raids on some of their air bases too. That would have been a much smarter thing, Toyjet. You're absolutely right. Watching for Thierry make another German playthrough. Good luck with this. Yeah, that's what I'm testing right now. I'm seeing how well this version of Thierry works with this. Well, what I'm doing is, another thing is with that last playthrough, if you notice, I'm not doing any upgrades or any reinforcements right now. I'm making supplies, and we don't need any consumer goods. So I am now starting to make, like you can see, air units. So we're still building a lot of industry. This is May 37, lots of industry. We're getting some of the Navy built here, getting some of that. Most of these are, only 2, almost 3 ICs. Force to use destroyers. They'll take a while, though, not terribly long, but they'll take a while. That's a bit longer for the Admiral Hipper, but get us another bigger ship out here. Oh, we need to get these to the top. Good, get them to the top. And we're getting more, we'll get some submarines in. And we're keeping these guys down here for the moment. But yeah. So I'm trying to learn the lessons. And yeah, I want the DDs to help with all those submarines that we found, because what they've moved, Black Ice team over the years has switched between the thoughts, is that a destroyer, or is that a destroyer group? Is that a submarine, or is that a submarine group? And right now they've sort of gone to, it's a submarine, I think, and destroyers and all that. We're going to rebase over here with these guys. So it really gave the Soviets a lot of submarines building. I think too much, but I don't know Soviet production. Used more or less the entire Luftwaffe during the first month or so, Barbarossa, in an effort to decimate the Red Air Force, then move the air wings back to the west. Well, yeah, move it back to a more balanced east-west thing. That way, whatever they come back up with, air units, whether it's bombers coming out or fighters, you're just there with your fighters and zap them. Absolutely, that's what I'm thinking. Doing. Hey, Beam Slam. It wasn't the Genius AI. I'm going to say that. It partially, I would just say, learning experience with how the game changed. The mod changed. Some of it might be, player, me, not making some of the best choices when it comes to some of the laws that set up, particularly in regarding to conscription and manpower, to make sure I have enough manpower. Some of that, I do think the way it was going, too many divisions were shattering. Shattering. I know I lost. I put up a poll and I know I lost it, or it was sort of even, but got to figure because people were voting in the poll after hearing my comments. So yeah, they're influenced by what I have to say. I really don't think any divisions from any nation. We could argue about somewhere in Japan, or you want to try to argue some super elite SS unit. No division should continue attacks and lose more than 50% of the strength in one event. So there were way too many battles in which I found way too many divisions just going down to, keeping enough organization, just going down to zero manpower. That ate up a lot of manpower instead of just ending the action when organization should have, which organization / morale, however you want to characterize that. Okay, well, I think we're going to, let's do steel production. Make sure we have enough. Hello, the Bear Jew. I'm doing well. Yeah, once it comes out in a week or so, I'm going to be playing some unmodded Hoi 4 with the new DLC. I want to check out the railroads and see how that's all going. So I am looking forward to that for sure. Okay, naval airstrike tactics. And so right now I'm looking, yes, we're going to keep that going. Looking for either ones that will be useful now. Ones, what I should be saying is not ones, but technologies or tactics or such that are useful now, or ones that are easy to research now. Oh, there's the other Panzer Division. I knew there should be 3. Well, Third Reich events will have the I just had to say, we'll have it back to the 8 brigades. We can it goes back to 8 brigades now with Third Reich events, and it will be something that players will be able to get 8 brigades, or the AI for a few nations, mainly Britain and America and Germany, will build 8 brigade divisions. The few of us that talked about it and working on it figured that the only other nation that maybe would have an 8th brigade would be Japan. But the Soviet brigades, the French, divisions, the Soviet divisions were often just more brigades. But the Soviets, the French, the Italians, AIs should not be making, the AIs, specifically the AI, should not be making 8 brigade divisions, but the player will have the choice. So that is, and that's very historical too. If you look at, the Americans, for a while, they had a square division, which means 4 regiments in it. They very quickly go down, and before they enter the war, go back down to triangle divisions, which have 3 brigades. But they had a lot of support elements in their divisions. Their divisions were fairly big when you look at the support element areas, all of these, anti-aircraft and engineers and all of that stuff. They have that really big. The British do also tend to do that too. The French, I don't know a whole lot, but the problem with giving them 8 brigade divisions for the AI is they may not have enough divisions to properly hold everything. The Soviets should not have it. Japan, the division sizes were that big, but they did not have a lot of support elements. They did not have anti-tank guns in their divisions, at least not as standard practice. So the way they should be larger, if you wanted to do it, and as Third Reich events, I have not gone in and touched any of this, but would simply to have the strength of, say, infantry brigades, of the actual infantry brigades, would be larger. Things like that would sort of how you would better to do Japan, as opposed to just having huge numbers of brigades, or support units with it. So yeah, it is matching ours. Been working with Exergen a bit on this and talking to a few other people. Our views of history. Of historical stuff. So we're going with that. Had later in the war, like the 1st Infantry Division had conf groups, though. Yeah, this sounds like a good idea. Fits better to the organization. Well, and see, they're going back down. And I would actually, right now, I think it would be best, though I'm not going to go and encode it. I think this is a mistake, having these horse transport, various, because they have German, but there's other ones, civilian vehicles. I think this is a mistake, because these are mostly rear area elements within the division, and they take a lot of casualties, because the way it is, they're either going to take a lot of casualties or they become some sort of super unit. I think it would be better to get rid of those and really make it more motorized, semi-motorized infantry, and then for supporting elements, go back to motorized artillery, and you can have motorized heavy, or maybe heavy only is motorized, really. There are some heavy horse-drawn, so that's iffy, but definitely, regular artillery can be horse-drawn or motorized. Anti-tank can be, towed, as opposed to a tank destroyer. It would be towed anti-tank that's motorized, or towed anti-tank that is horse-drawn. I would think that would be a better, which would just give you a lot more units or types to choose from. That would be better. And if it was doing it that way, 7 would be just fine if you got rid of the need for all these yellow ones here. But with those, it's easier and I think more correct to go to, we would give them money for oil, yes. Latvia, we would give no, and no, we'll steal Belgium's particularly. So it just, playing within the realm that we already have here. No, I don't want fuel. I might buy oil, but I buy fuel from you. Thank you. Okay, artillery barrel and ammunition things. At least that's how I'm interpreting everything that's going on, or how I would do it. But it would take more modding to do that than doing what we're doing by going back to 8 brigades. But we're not trying to make trying to give just the player or Germany super advantages. Yeah, let's yeah, we'll do this. You know, and should the Soviets have an 8 brigade division? Not really. You know, and the AI, we're talking humans can make the human choices, because the Soviet human player could choose to go with 8 brigades. But it would, because of the size of the front, it's probably better for the Soviets to have more, a little bit weaker divisions than few stronger divisions, because they probably won't use them well. So that's you know, part of our thought process as well as historical. I mean, it's both a historical situation as well as a thought process on that. Could they integrate transports into the HQ brigade and make a few up? Yeah, they could. They absolutely could. Hello, Ari. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. They absolutely could do that, but I'm not going to do it because because of time. Would just be time to do it, and then you got constantly, if you're going with all the rest of Black Ice's updates, meaning as opposed to doing a fork in the road and going down a different path. That's what some people are pushing me to do, and I don't have the interest to do all the structural changes to the game. I want to stick to mostly being a events-oriented type mod, not making my own game or my own big mod. So yeah, they can do all this. But I'm not going to chase all of that down. I'm just having fun. Many ones and P's. Okay, let's see. Currently we have pre-war airports, pre-war rail, pre-war extensive. Looking okay. Yeah, I guess we'll add. I'm trying not to do all of these starting all at the same time. I do want them. We will take the hit here for building this for a little while. Yeah, days and nights are mixed lately. Sundays are a lot harder to show up. No problem, Mary, but just haven't seen you any other times. Would make USA flavor mod, but yeah, I don't have the time to, unfortunately. Yeah, well, I'm collecting. I don't know if I'm ever going to make it, but I'm collecting event ideas and photos and whatnot for flavor mods, event mods for everywhere, not just Germany. So someday maybe, but I don't know when. If ever. And if for somebody got our blueprints. If for Hearts of Iron 3 or if Hearts of Iron 4 it gets to where I'm wanting to mod it more than 3, this railway mod intrigues me. Well, a couple of things really intrigue me, guys. In Hearts of Iron 4, they have a new lead program developer, which I don't know that if I've ever interacted with him. I'm not like friends or anything, but I interacted with the previous one quite a bit. Over time, not quite a bit at any one time, but supply has gone from the state level to the provincial level. Who was asking for that from before release? Oh, I was. And who was asking for railroads since before release? Oh, I was. And now railroads are also at the provincial level and not at the state level. So yay. hooray, they're doing some things that I want. Because, and even looking at the video evidence that I have now, they've gone through and reduced the number of provinces in Europe from with the level that it was in Hearts of Iron 3 to 4 is about half. At least I counted half less. I did a look between the two maps for the Netherlands, half the number of provinces. But even with that, they look like they don't have enough railroads going around for most of Europe. But where it really gets critical, so going around railroads and supplies around this part of the world, yeah, sure, there's probably, historically, there's stuff going through Luxembourg. But some of this area might not have any railroads, sure. But there's definitely railroads coming through, from Belgium into Liège, from Germany. So there's definitely railroads coming through here. Not exactly sure if there would be railroads in this province. Just don't know. I'm guessing there would. I'm sure up in here there's railroads. So most of this area is plenty of railroads. Now, yeah, coming through this, the Alps, and there's some places like that, and you get into out of the way, some coastal provinces or whatever might not have railroads, sure. But where it becomes really critical for the historical reasons of doing things are places like the Soviet Union, places like, very much so, Africa. And it really matters there. Yeah, well, I have been working with Exergen. No, I haven't been working recently because I've been going through dealing with things for a few months. It's over with, but I'm just sort of recovering mentally from dealing with it all. It's difficult enough with him trying to explain what needs to be done and then having it done right. Not that he's very good at doing it, but just sometimes doesn't understand what I think are simple instructions. I'm just not explaining some stuff well enough. So it's really hard to get people to help. Not to get people who want to help, but get people and have it helpful, and not me end up doing almost as much work in the long run. Heavy tank unit set. I don't know. Yeah, no, we have not yet got to being able to even design heavy tank units. So we don't have any in production, and I'm not ready to produce tank units, any tank units yet. Think more 38 tank units or something more like that, and maybe some heavies. Okay, no longer receive a teeny bit of money for some energy from Lithuania. Fine. Okay, we sent over this corps with 2 divisions. This corps, cavalry brigade there, which is a bit over strength because it's sort of a full brigade, but that makes that almost effective as a cavalry division. Maybe not quite, because I don't know that it has. Well, it does have artillery, medium artillery reconnaissance HQ. Yeah, but this HQ doesn't give combined arms bonuses. But still, putting them on the front line makes it useful. So with TRE, I try to make things historical and not harder or easier for the player. Now, it may end up being harder or easier, but we're only doing it because I think it's historical. I think early lights would be better than early heavies, right? Barring speaking not in game. Well, the Panzer. Oh, I didn't know we were paused. Well, you've played War Thunder, I know, Ari. I think the Panzer II in War Thunder, with its heavy penetration, is way overpowered. I think the 20mm gun on the Panzer II would have, don't know, but I think it would have trouble, at least, especially the ammunition that was being used at the time of the Battle of France. I think would have trouble penetrating the standard French tanks, the R-35, the H-35, the Sauma. But the high explosive rounds from those 20 millimeters will mess up infantry really well. Germany, before the invasion of Poland, has something like 6 or 8 half tracks, big heavy half tracks with an 88 millimeter gun on back of it, designed as a bunker buster but used as an anti-tank gun, and they used them in France as well. And they realized that there was going to be a problem with the French tanks, so they were starting to make, the Jagdpanzer ones for the Battle of France. So if you're counting like the R-35, oh no, not the R-30, the 35T or the 38T, the Czech tanks, as light tanks, then yes, they are particularly useful for going into France in real life. Where it really is, it should have been a lot more, is medium tanks. Medium. Now, what's a heavy tank? I don't know if anybody there wants to type a whole lot, but what is a heavy tank? Is a heavy tank a big tank with lots of guns, but guns no more powerful than the standard tank, and armor no thicker than a standard tank? Basically the Neubautfahrzeug. I think more medium tanks are better. Is a heavy tank something just with heavy armor on it? A more flexible vehicle is probably more useful. If you're talking about, is a heavy tank something that has a big gun on it that can destroy all the enemy vehicles, yeah, that's a really good idea. But do note, Arno, no one makes heavy tanks anymore. Yeah, air-launched torpedoes. So that would be under bomb load air-launched torpedoes. Okay, Arno forward for the moment with that. Is there some other? Okay, let's continue. Want to do the these now if we're doing anything early. And what is, okay, unpronounceable German word. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, we can do brigade command structures now, usefully. Light and medium tanks are more suitable for blitzkrieg type of warfare, maybe support with infantry tanks, but France had some nasty heavies tanks to encounter. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so if we sort of take this for our types of vehicles used in World War II, and this is actually pretty good here. We've got light, medium, heavy, super heavy. Are these supposed to be King Tigers? Are these supposed to be the Mouse? I don't know. Or the IS-3s or something. I'm not quite sure what are these super ridiculous things of a Mouse, or are these just King Tigers and IS-3s or Joseph Stalin 3s or JS-3s, however. Okay, so infantry tanks. Those are, I'm gonna say for the moment, because not all infantry, because the Matilda 1s are heavily, for its time, a heavily armored tank, slow, with just a machine gun. Okay. but most of the infantry tanks are by the British, and this is sort of the British who make these, are heavily armored vehicles. Because of that, they're slow, but they don't think they need to be fast. That isn't a requirement. And they're designed to have armor somewhat equally all the way around them. It is conceptually. Instead of trying to just go for good armor in the front, they're still thinking more on World War I terms. And they continue through to the end of the war with an infantry support tank. And generally speaking, with a gun no stronger than what we would normally consider medium tanks. So this is just a tank basically with heavy armor, a sort of a medium tank with heavy armor. Okay, then we have the Germans, and they got the assault guns, the Stugs. And they start out with low armor destructive power because they weren't meant to do that. They were meant to blow up bunkers and support the infantry. They eventually become something of a tank destroyer. You also have medium tank destroyers here, which are the Jagdpanzer type vehicles, and then these heavy ones, they're definitely supposed to be things like the Elephant, the Jagdtiger, the heavy ones. And then the standard sort of tank destroyers, these are meant to be the Martyrs, going through the whole process. So, and you can go heavy assault guns, those are like the Brumbar and whatnot, and special purpose are just amphibious and other wacky stuff. So, I'm not building any infantry support tanks. I'm going to follow the German pattern and go with assault guns. So we don't need those. This heavy armor really is meant to be something that has both heavy armor and a powerful gun in a tank form. So, just where on these matrices, the heavy armor designs, yeah, they can be useful, definitely. I see more of as a weight class than a typical armament. If it wasn't so tired, I probably would give a number. But yeah, you don't need to do that. By medium to late, or heavy tanks are far outclass the light tanks in power and armor. Yeah, and so, it depends on how you're doing stuff and how you're categorizing it all. And a lot of it comes down to your tactics. And in a way, I would say it would be better to come across open terrain like this with 12 medium tanks instead of 4 heavy tanks, if you will. So if you're coming across here, now if the enemy has tanks that your main guns can't penetrate, well, you're screwed. So yeah, if you're looking at, it needs to be a heavy tank, well, a Panther's gun can do just about as good as a Tiger I's gun. So there is a certain element to numbers. One could argue that the Stug was an infantry tanking concept. Yes, but tactically used different. They're both an infantry support weapon, absolutely, beam slam. The difference is the Stug belongs to the artillery, and the infantry tank belongs to the tanks, but it's assigned to the infantry. So, and tactically it's used different. The idea for the infantry tanks is that they move forward towards the enemy, move conceptually, obviously they keep using it after there's no longer a World War I style front line, but move into the enemy, and that the enemy is going to be able to shoot at its sides as much as at its front. And the infantry are going to come in its wake, but in its immediate wake. So it doesn't need to move much faster than the infantry can keep up with it as it's advancing. So but armor is sort of in the lead, but it's not a concentrated amount of armor as in a panzer or armored division. It's sort of, there may be like 4 infantry tanks or something. Well, the British platoons were 3, at least at the start of the war. Towards the end, they were mostly at 4. But so you maybe have like a platoon of infantry tanks. Now, maybe over 1,000 yards or meters, there may be another group of 3. But there's a group of 3, say, infantry tanks moving forward. And in that wake, there's a company or a battalion or whatever of infantry moving. You don't see my fingers and hands moving, I know, but I hope it's coming through. Moving right in their wake, right up with them. Okay? And whatnot. The reverse is the situation with a stug. The idea is that the infantry are advancing behind the infantry, not leading the infantry. Behind the infantry are the stugs, and when it's identified an enemy concentration, and particularly a, can be like just, sandbags and a few cut down logs and earth kind of entrenchment, an enemy position that has, like, say, a Vickers machine gun in it, or it could be, a fortified pillbox like here. Then the stug shoots and destroys that position, allowing the infantry to keep moving. So the infantry is in the front, screening the tanks from anti-tank guns or anti-tank rifles, if we're talking about early in the war. Because, see, the early in the war, the concept, the British had the Boys anti-tank rifle. They knew the Germans had an anti-tank rifle. They figured that their Matildas were going to be big enough to, you could shoot at the, that Matilda with the anti-tank rifle. Not that you can't eventually, you might find a weak spot, but probably not. But you might be able to disable it by hurting the tracks, or, that's why they put that sort of armor around the sides of it to try to protect the road wheels. You might be able to disable it, but the idea is once you're firing at it, the position is going to be noted, in either the infantry tank or some of the other soldiers that are with it are going to shoot at the the infantry anti-tank gun rifles, or if there's a few anti-tank guns out there, especially like a 37 millimeter, and they're going to expose their position, hopefully not disable or knock out any of the infantry tanks. Are going to swerve their turret over onto the target and start engaging it, and so they're going to be out there leading it, but know that they're going to be taking damage, and likely damage, on the side. Where the stug has fairly weak sides, that's all that stuff is supposed to be cleared or identified, a position of an anti-tank gun, well before it can get to the sides, and then you're shooting your 75 millimeter high explosive rounds on those targets, and often, because of the short barrel, lobbing them up and over, even sort of close support though, but up and over infantry that isn't necessarily standing up and moving around, but under laying down under cover because of the enemy fire. So you're not terribly likely to hit your own troops as you're shooting over them. That'd be very unlucky to have that happen. And even a close miss would kill. The shockwave could kill or severely injure a human being. So you're not that worried about. And the early stugs have no machine guns even. So you're not that worried about your own friendly troops as you're engaging in enemy position. So partially, yeah, in concept that they're infantry support, they're basically the same. Now the French infantry support is the little 2-man tank, and wanting to spread out a lot of little 2-man tanks everywhere instead of a Matilda or a Stug. So their infantry tanks are what we would normally consider a light tank. But so they're tactically and conceptually between the Stug and the British infantry tank are very different in how they're employed, but in that they're supporting infantry assaults. They're very similar in that kind of role. So shifting vehicles. Shifting vehicles. Would you say to the Eastern Front, would it have been better for the Germans to focus on more air production over tank production? No. And I don't think it's a either or. Okay. So this is one thing you have to understand. And one of the things that I've puzzled out if I was making a game, and I don't know, there's almost nothing, and as an overall production time, there is almost nothing that's competing between an aircraft and a tank in production, except its engine. Now, aircraft engines, yeah, they're coming out of a different factory, but you can convert a tank engine factory to an aircraft engine factory. So all the rest of that aluminum or light steel construction on that fighter aircraft or the bomber aircraft is almost, you know, yeah, if you're starting way back at the early foundations, but rolled steel for the armor plates, the wheels, it's not the track links. Yeah, the machine guns out of both things or whatever would be the same, but tank barrel production. So I don't see them as so directly as a competing thing. And Germany more or less has enough steel that it isn't really a question of steel between the two of them. So I don't see that as being really the big limitation. And I really don't see manpower, you know, the guys assembling the vehicles, as being the big limitation. So you just can't, it's not necessarily this or that. You know, just, you know, as in Hearts of Iron, here is just going, oh, well, produce more aircraft. No, it's an aircraft factory. It should be an engine factory, and then a tank factory and an aircraft factory, and you're just delivering engines to one factory or the other factory. That's more how it should be. Had weak sight armor, perhaps similar to that of the early Stugs, but the gun was the same. Was more useful with the Panzer units because of the turret. Well, no, I wouldn't entirely say. Well, yes, and we're talking early days. For the Battle of France, there's almost no Stugs, and there's very few Panzer IVs. The big difference between the two is tactical employment, you know, how it's being employed, and two, who they belong to. The Panzer IVs belong to the Panzers. The Stugs belong to the artillery. The guys who drove the Panzers, you know, wore black uniforms with pink piping on their edges of their, you know, collar tabs and shoulder boards. And the guys who drove the Stugs wore field gray uniforms until late in the war. That starts to change a little bit. But field gray uniforms, sometimes cut in the same style as the Panzer uniforms, but wore field gray uniforms with red piping for artillery. And the Panzer IVs are meant to operate the same as the Stugs in the way that they're supposed to be there along, coming just sort of behind the main Panzer IIIs. This is in theory more than in practice, maybe, but coming along just behind the Panzer IIIs. And when you find, you encounter a fortification, it could just be a hasty fortification again. Oh, they've set up in that building and they've reinforced it with sandbags and timbers, and they've made a strong position, and our little 37 millimeter guns aren't really doing too much damage to it. Bring up to 75 and go boom. And so it's sort of the same role. And when it's used as a support vehicle, I think maybe even the Stug is better, because the Stug has better front armor than the Panzer IV does, because of the weakness of the turret, and some of the upper hull elements are either gone or angled or just thicker. And since it's supposed to be, because you're being told where it is and communicating over the radios, you're not going to likely be shot in the sides, because you know how you're approaching the danger of the enemy position to come and blow it up. Now, once the Panzer IV becomes the main tank, well, then it's better, so that's different. But when it's being used as a support tank, in 1940, early 41. In some ways, the Stug may be better, but the Panzers can't get any Stugs because they all go to the artillery. So, it's partially that. Okay, CAG pilot training. Hope this is all fun to listen to me talk about. Okay, let's go over to CAG crew training. Talk about history. Yes, armor matters. Yes, turrets matter, and the ability to swing on the target and whatnot matters. But what really matters more than either of that is identifying your enemy, his where he is, what he is, and especially where he is, and communicating that amongst yourself, amongst your units. Is like identifying where the enemy is and using your radios and rapidly communicating what's going on. That is the German superiority in 1940 in France, against France. All those French tanks running around without any radios in them. So the major upgrade that Germany does to most, I don't know quite the percentage, but I would say most of the captured French tanks, they stick radios in them. So the Germans know that even if you're doing anti-partisan activities, having, you're shooting at the local, guys that just have some rifles and pistols with the tank, you still have a radio inside of it. So that is the German superpower, is its flexibility of tactical engagement. The movies, and I've watched just about every one that I can, made during World War II, and they're in English, I'm talking about, some are made in Britain, some are made in the US, always portray the German soldier as some sort of robotic person who will do exactly what he's told. And sometimes it's and it is done as a comedic level, that, they'll follow if they're told to walk off the cliff, they'll just all go. That's the American way of fighting World War II. The American, at least tactical way, is to follow your goddamn orders and you do what you're told. The German way is the opposite. It is for the free-thinking NCO or, junior officer, your lieutenant, your guy in charge of a platoon. And often, I don't think people realize this, how often during the war, there was just a sergeant in charge of a platoon. There was no lieutenant. Not that they wouldn't, maybe theoretically should have one, it just weren't available. Let's just keep going with sergeants in charge. The Germans are the ones that are supposed to point out your objective and then allow the unit, whether it's a company, a platoon, a battalion, do its own thing to figure out to take its objective. Where the Americans, their way of fighting is to, give instructions on how to take that hill. We want you to go up this side of the hill and do this thing, and then they got to follow orders. So even with the Americans' ability to eventually, with their walkie-talkie type radios, more flexible radios, are more, under higher command orders and less able to, think for themselves. Now, they're not supposed to, walk off a cliff or anything, but they're supposed to follow orders much more so than the German army concept. And this goes back before World War I. The Germans, especially after the Franco-Prussian War, really, and this is where Kriegsspiel comes in, is, what is it, war talk or war speak is how it would be translated into English, in which they have a war game. This is the war game that is set up in the 19th century, and I'll describe it for you. Let me just save this here because I'm talking a long time. Let me describe this war game. And this was actually how, and other nations adopted this to some degree, I don't know when it comes into the US, is what they do. Okay, true. That's why I was wondering why the initiative doctrine concept was removed from the latest BICE. Can't remember the exact wording. Yeah, I don't know on some of that stuff. The way the war game was supposed to happen was that there was supposed to be a room and with a map, and they would put the units onto the map where everybody was, and then you would have two rooms, one to either side or some sort of thing. They can't see into the first room, but you have two rooms, and that would be the two sides, the two commanders in essence. And he'd have a map, and he'd have like a box or something with or maybe two of them. I'm not some of these details I'm making up, but he'd have like a box full of all of his units, figures or counters, or because it could be wood blocks, or maybe they were just, I don't think they were just marking on the map. I think they were using some sort of counters or whatever, so for his units. And then he'd have like a box that he could supply of things that could represent enemy units, and he would be sitting in the room, and someone would either come in and do one of two things to him. They would either give him a verbal description, say something to him. And so it started. He would then place, he would then give orders to where to put his units. So he'd put them on the map, and then he'd have to say, write the orders out. Let's say it's a battalion-sized game. First company, go to position 1. Whatever that is, grid map or whatever, position 1. Second company, position 2. Third company, position 3. And he'd tell them, where to go. So he puts them on the map. Now the referees would judge whether they think they made it to the right position or not. Because maybe they get to the wrong, because of map reading skills. I don't know if any of you have gone through map reading skills, or you're all just of the age of iPhones that show you right where you are on the map, but actually map reading skills and figure out not just city maps, but where you have street signs, but actually field that. So they'd figure out how well his orders were followed. So maybe some units on the real map in the central room were different than his map. And so that would, but he had put his where he thinks all of his units are. And so then he would get a report, and then at certain times, let's say he's going on the offensive, and his objective is to go take a town or a hill, it doesn't matter. And then he would say, maybe right out at 6 a.m., artillery is to fire a barrage of 5 rounds each gun on hill Y. Okay, and he'd hand that off. That would be equivalent of a runner getting the message. This is in the 19th century, and the guy would go take to the theoretical artillery commander, and then they would, whether they rolled dice or they just figured the odds of maybe even firing at the right hill or how accurate it was going to be. But and then at 6:30 a.m., because that would be after the artillery barrage is over, Company A was to march up along the road to the hill and write out the orders, or at some point may verbally give out orders. And so the war game would progress in the center of the room, and then somebody would come in and say, I'm reporting from Company A. We've spotted a battalion of infantry in front of us. And so the commander may have moved the Company A's figure on the map a bit, where he thinks it is. Oh, it's in front of us. Okay, a battalion of of infantry or whatever in front of him. What do we do now? And so the whole thing, and then he would either write out orders or give out verbal orders, because verbal orders may be mistaken they judge how accurate they'd be given out. But they may have only seen a platoon. They got reported that there's a battalion, but there may have only actually been a platoon. But it's in front of us. But maybe Company A went on the wrong road. So when he thinks that it's in Y location, it's really an X location. So it's all, and so he's playing this, and the commander places stuff on the map, and it's all by his thinking of where it is that he's keeping track, and all he's doing is either giving verbal or written instructions and getting only verbal or written instructions. And when we're under heavy fire, well, what does that mean? Does that mean there's 5 artillery shots at you, or is there 50 artillery shots at you? What is the whole thing communicating like? And this is how the German officer corps was trained starting in the late 19th century, this Kriegsspiel. And so you did this whole thing that is just on the idea that you can't see anything. You're just getting reports and giving orders. And this taught the German army. The guy back at the headquarters doesn't know what the fuck's going on. The guy at the front knows what's going on. So you have to, set goals and objectives like defend the river. And this is your section, and this is your section, and this is your section, and this is your section. And, and do that. And then let us know what's going on. And because you may have a reserve back here. And this section guy is reporting, hey, heavy enemy fire. This middle section, no enemy activity. This section, enemy crossing the river. Well, let's send the reinforcements to the river crossing and ignore everything, give no extra support to the other parts, because so the commander back here doesn't know what's going on. Now, I've read a lot of book biographies, autobiographies, whatever, on German officers during World War II. That's why they're constantly going to the different division headquarters, and sometimes actually going up to the front so they can get a look themselves. But they're just looking at here where they think there's a river crossing, and there may have been a river crossing, but it ends up the main crossing is coming here. It's just this was the first probing attack. So that is why Germany does so well early on, and even once it is over fucking whelmed, it really is in the East, but particularly in the West by the Americans coming everywhere with the British sort of following along, that they still do as good as they do. I mean, they're losing everything. They're losing all the battles. It's just how badly are they losing them? But even with all of that, they're still doing damned well. At least that's my assessment of things. And any other army would have collapsed long before. They would have collapsed by the time Paris was taken or something, after D-Day. And considering, the day was 1 day or 2 days before D-Day, the Americans enter Rome. So, pushing up into here, the Soviets are wherever they were. At the time that by taking Paris, most other armies would have been collapsing because there was no ability to deal with this overwhelming pressure on them. But the Germans were able to be flexible enough. Yeah, you can read. Hello, Aurora. Yes. Oh, and I've had some orienteering lessons too. I hope I would be good at it. I've done it a teeny bit many years ago. But yeah, people get lost. You remember sort of the David Schwimmer character from Band of Brothers in training getting lost in the map reading map exercises out there. And so, yeah, it's a skill, and even the best of them can get lost, especially in unfamiliar terrain and country. And And this is one thing that the Germans particularly sort of noticed with themselves. They had a hard time navigating out here because a lot of the Germans lived in terrain or areas in which they could always see landmarks. There was enough a hill, a tall building, a river, a mountain, a forest, and so they were landmarks as they lived. The country folk, or particularly the city folk, but the country folk were used to having landmarks that were identifiable. But just out in these trackless, parts of Russia, there wasn't it. And yeah, they have a compass and they know whether they're going east or west or north or south. But more than that, trying to figure out, they had a lot of trouble with that on it, or some trouble with it that the Russian who grew up in the terrain didn't have. Okay, heavy armor forging advance. So that is under here. And we're going to stop that, which allows us do super heavy battleship armor thickness. Okay, so I don't know how much this is, but it also gives us mechanical engineering +1. So it's a worthy thing to do. We have a lot of leadership. We're still growing our officer base, but we don't need an officer base in this. The skill was lightly trained and used via school early, but saw enough use in practice myself as well. Very interesting, Aurora. And yes, of course, people have those life skills, but I think a lot of modern day people don't have those. I've known a lot of people that can't even read a basic city map. Let's start with a railroad. Okay, I'm going to save this here. And we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, so all of you guys that are here can hang out. But those watching later on YouTube, I hope that was all interesting. I know it delayed us getting through the game, but I got sidetracked as I normally do. So thanks, everyone. I want to thank Timothy, Nils, and Jet for support over on Patreon. But everyone else, if you can just hit that like button, and of course, if you're new here, please subscribe. Really do appreciate it, and I love hearing your comments. It also helps the algorithm. I know we all say this, but it does help. Thanks, everyone. Okay, guys, I'll be right back, and we will be continuing this, but just take a minute. Almost back. Thanks, Timothy. Okay, let's start it. Yeah, let me we save this. Let me do a quick restart just to keep it less likely from having a problem. Don't worry, the darkness isn't that scary. Loading databases. History files, events. All right, here we are. Right over to this map, and let's continue. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here, and we are playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.51 with Third Reich events. Well, I'm going to try to get through a few months of 1937 this episode. We have a stack of units here. That is IX. I know that's the 9th Corps, but it's easier for me to go CIX. Okay, so now we have four corps in that, or four divisions in that corps, boy. Army unit command and control. So as I was saying last episode, the command and control is what, that's here. What really makes Germany stand out. Well, let's come over here. We got some 37, so let's do another 1937 technology. Or tactic. Or doctrine. Doctrine, maybe. Have any of you, either watching live or watching later on YouTube, have you any of you either watched the decisive campaign Ardennes offensive videos or played that yet? Be interesting to hear what you think of the game, even if you just watched it. Yes, you can have some metal. Sweden is no longer okay. Sweden's gotten close enough to us and is not wanting to get any closer. Spain looks like it's doing, or nationalist Spain looks like it's doing reasonably well. I know I'm really enjoying the game. Decisive campaigns. Okay, let's take a look at our production here. We've got enough supplies, so way overproducing them. that. Reinforcements. Adjustment. Okay, so we're actually into building the battleships, which I don't really want to do just yet. We've just had a few fighters come available, so I want to keep fighters in production to keep the practicals. And so we're going to go 3 fighters parallel at the same time, and we're going to go do 3 serials. So once they get done, we'll put them down here like that. Wings aerodynamics advance. It's under air systems, I think. Yes. So let's stop that. Ignition. The Streams of the Ardennes offensive. The game looks really like it got a half. I like the battalion scale of it and the Battle of Ardennes. Yeah, Beam Slam, I'm really enjoying that, and I'm glad you have. I'm hoping if there's enough interest, well, I'm going to continue playing some more, but I hope there's enough interest on my channel for me to keep playing it, because I'm really enjoying it, and I'd like to keep doing that. It's a really, really well done game. I really like how it's counters, but the counters aren't just some, they do give you some abstract strengths, but it's really made up of individual tanks and individual groups of men and anti-tank guns and all of that. So it's really good the way it's done, I think. Great War Analysis advances. Okay, that is, yeah, we'll keep that going. Figure out what went wrong, mostly for the Germans. And artillery unit, combined arms advance. Very nice. And we'll let that continue because it's just a 36. Oh, well, we already got the Scharnhorst back. I'm just going to wait for a while to get these into production. Well, what I guess we should do here is let's go for this unit, get this done, whatever negative impact that it may have up here. And then let's do some coastal submarines. They are useful. Not just build up practicals, but these guys are also useful. And let's go down to 2. Let's go to 3 in serial. Yeah, those transport planes. have been very useful on the Eastern Front. Let's increase the amount of light bombers, I think. Especially on the Eastern Front, noticed close air support is good and very useful, but just the range and not enough air bases nearby at times make it a little more useful to use some of the light bombers instead of the close air support. Hello, Dietrich, how you doing? I love the groups if it never truly learned to play the game. I just put AI on the political and the spies. Yeah, there's a lot to do with some of these games, like Hearts of Iron, that it's sometimes good to just put on some elements onto the AI. Yeah, that would be a good smart move. I need to get going some naval bombers and flying boats. No, this is 10.51. I just haven't been paying attention too much recently, but when I was last looking, there are minor changes between the 5.1 and 5.2. When it's released, it'll be when Third Reich Events is released, it will be for the then current version, whatever that version will be. I hope it won't be like 6.0 that I have to do a lot of rework, but it'll be something. So this is 10.5.1 right now. Okay, Huff Duff, which is under here under electronics, I think. No, it isn't. Okay, it's over here. 1940. That is too far in advance. Right. Okay. To be usefully researched now. Okay, fire control computers, that would be useful. You know, part of the reason I'm not deploying these aircraft here is since we don't need them right now, if they stay here in the queue, they don't eat supplies. But if I put them out on the map, they eat supplies. The negative part of it, if I don't put them out there, they won't upgrade until they're put out, and then they'll start upgrading that. So you don't want to wait too long, whatever that might mean, but you don't need them in 37 or 38, so maybe like around 1939 to deploy them to start getting them upgraded to their newest, most latest version would probably be the smart thing to do. That's just my thinking on all of this. Okay, positives, greens up along the top, I like that. Okay. Hungary, yes, you may have metal. We give them money for rare materials. Okay, yeah, we have enough money for that. We could use a bit of rare materials, I guess. So that's good. All right. Back to battleship production now. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go 2 more fighters. Yeah, 2 serially. That'll be fine. But move the battleships down. I know I'm not a big fan of Plan Z. And yes, I know seaplanes and naval bombers are no. I really like those two. We'll get there, but I just looking getting some fighters out to protect them. Okay, depth charge advance. Yep, stop that. And medium armor designs. Okay. Well, that will allow us to now research heavy armor designs. So we will start doing that. Yeah, doing some of this. So still. No, we're not going to trade with Brazil. Can the Tigers come out and play? Not just yet, Timothy. Not just yet. Well, let's move this division up to here. These units are very weak, militia type units, but there's still something. Just factory deploy there. Okay, building these up. Yeah, we just got through a month. Marco Polo bridge incident. Okay, cool. Okay, direct fire unit training advance. We'll just stop both of these. And rear control. Okay, we stopped extra ones, but we're going to come over here and do the 3-man turret. And we have a bit more. Well, let's do armored cars. Get our armored cars up there. The Marine SA, yes, they had those. General or Guderian's Achtung Panzer book published. You can see it. I mean, it's in a minor way, but it helps a lot of the different text. Now, like right now, we can see here. Let's just see the progress here. Currently, we just started this one, 3-man turret. 3-man turret, no progress done. Click this. 3-man turret. Okay, so you see, we jump to what's that? Maybe a quarter of the progress on it. It researches fairly fast, but yeah, so it helps. Yes, we will get the Paris Exposition. Here you go. That's the German pavilion there. That's the Soviet one right across there, and of course there's the Eiffel Tower in the background. There's what it looked like somewhat close up there. The eagle on top, lit up at night with the fountains and things. More info. We can see that we're getting some, an espionage, industrial intelligence, research bonus for a little while because of this. Looking at the other things, Germany loses threat on all because, hey, we're being peaceable and going to this event. I find this fascinating. I would have loved to attended this thing. This is you come through the other exhibits, and I didn't focus on them much before that. And then this is at the back of the hall, a big sort of domed structure here with a lot of windows, so it's letting in a lot of light. And you come into this big room, and you got these aircraft sort of suspended up above you and around in this thing. You come into this room, and then you come over here, and you walk up this spiraling thing, and this spiraling walkway, and then you walk up and around, all the way around there, and then out. That's the exit. That's really cool. Just coming up with that design is really cool, and making it so it all moves there. I just thought that was a cool bit of architecture. Speer designed the building and all of that stuff. Expander heavy industry. Yes, Saarbrücken, very good. Zoom the map. I don't know. All zoom the map and all zone things. Not quite sure what, because we can see Saarbrücken here. Hello, Maxie. How you doing? I hope I'm getting it in here so you can see it well enough. So we just got another heavy industry here at Saarbrücken, which should increase these by 30% now. Opera, I'm not going to go in details on this. Okay, Falgrun, plan to invade Czechoslovakia if we want it or not. Cost us some supplies training up. Get us a little bit of Great War analysis and cavalry exploitation and whatnot. Bonuses. Hey, Rhaegar. Of the R line. No, it looks like Germany is at the end of the R line. Not quite understanding that, Rhaegar. Reichswerk Hermann Goering's. This is getting back with TRE to some of the industry, so we'll get some more industry in Dortmund and Dusseldorf, Bremerhaven, Munich, and everywhere else. Okay, yes, this is one of the major things that developed. Now, this has got it until September 37, cost us 6% IC. Willie Messerschmitt's a genius, and they're giving us all kinds of bonuses because of that. I think that's overdone. I don't know if that's working as designed or if that's a bit of a bug, but it does seem to be a bit much. Okay, you missed a start. Yeah, well, see, I started almost 2 hours ago just to give whatever you are in your time zones. That's when I'm supposed to start. Okay, we want to do armored support choice now. This is for the mixed support units. These will be the different types. We will get to do 4 of them. Okay, so get my hand out here. First one, armored. We're going to do engineers. Oh no, we're back in 1937. Engineers, anti-aircraft. I'm going to think how I plan on using these. Yeah, let's go assault gun upgrade. Get one more. Okay, so we've done assault guns, engineers, anti-air. Yeah, let's do anti-tank. I'm trying to think from our last playthrough with Russia. Some anti-air is good because that way we won't have to stick an anti-air unit necessarily with this unit. Engineers, we may not have to stick engineers. Those are sort of that. Assault guns, we'll probably be doing artillery. So assault guns. Yeah, because we'll probably do whether it's armored cars or just motorcycles. We'll do anti-tank guns. Okay, finished, done. So now we have that. Let's upgrade to 29th Infantry Division. Okay, first 4 motorized divisions. Okay, so okay, this is one of the ones that they've adjusted now. So it's 7% until 7% of the ICs until September. Okay, no, it's okay till September. That isn't so long away. That from the current date. Okay, that's decent enough. Just try to look at that. So that will give us more units here and whatnot. Oh well, no, these are just here. Okay, that there, just that one division. Well, 7%. I don't know. We're gonna send this over to here. Vanderbilt Cup, Germany, or Bernard Rossmeyer, who is a member of the SS, wins the Vanderbilt Cup in the United States. Sure thing, Aurora. Thanks for hanging out. And you can either watch the live, the replay of the live stream, or of course the episodes as they're put out on YouTube to catch at least most of the action. Okay, the Hossbach Memorandum. this is really Hitler telling the German High Command, we're going to war, boys. Get ready. But to me, that looks like Admiral. I don't know why they use this picture. Maybe I should do that. That really looks like Admiral Hothy. And that looks like a Hungarian flag. And that looks like a Hungarian banner there. Don't know why they're doing that for the Hossbach memorandum photo. But this gets the NSDAP, a lot more organization. I didn't make this event or do this, but yeah. Adolf Ehrman dies. He was one of the leading Egyptologists around the world. And, in Germany, he dies at this point. Amelia Earhart disappears. No, I really don't think she was on a spying mission. But I don't think the Japanese kill her. I just think she gets lost and crashes in the water. But not sure. Close air support advance, and no, it's over here, I think. Yes, right there. Okay, that's grayed out. Well, let's get on with divisional command structure. Ross Lepslin 2. We've got enough. We'll keep it going. Production. Hugo Eckert, that's that guy there, goes to the U.S. to try to get helium, but the U.S. and its Roosevelt says nope. Nice to meet you, but nope. You get to fly flying bombs. You can't have helium. Tactical air support. It gives us tactical attack focus over here. Grayed out. Okay, so we can do these, but I'm going to start up here with core command structure first, I think. Hermann Göring works Ausbildungswesen here. Yes. Okay, so more plants. Okay, let's look at Berlin here right now. Okay, they are, it says 10. Let's see, what will it say? Well, it still just says 10, but I think it goes beyond that. I don't know. Over here we got Wieslieben. You've got a division down here. Well, we're going to unattach you. So over here, he has no divisions attached. So we will attach that division, that division, that division, and that division to the third port. And down here, he has 2 cores. List. We're attached to that. Okay, cool. This is 4th core IV. There we are. And also to IV. Yes, I know how to read the numerals. Just easier to recognize. Okay. That's VIII, so that's 8th core. Already attached, so let's unattach you from the upper command and give you to 8th. Now he has 3 cores under his command. And small warship technology advance. Okay, so let's see, we have a little bit left here. It was that one. Yeah, I think this armament will come there. 1935 technology. Stealing your blueprints. Okay, let's take a quick look at intel. Okay, our own spies are up. We've caught 12 spies, our neutrality, partisan efficiency. So we're doing okay-ish. We got mostly unruling party support. Not doing great there. That would be unhistorical, but whatever. Since we're here, okay, we're going to keep Hitler in power. We're going to keep Hess there. Yes, we're going to keep von Rath. And we're going to got to keep going because we want the 4-year plan. Frick, Minister of Security. Yeah, I think we're going to ruling party support. He's giving us 5%. So would he, but he would lower it. So yeah, no, okay. Messerschmitt will leave there. Frick is also head of security, or head of intelligence as well. Yeah, of the ones that we have available, he is, I believe, the best currently right now. Oh, well, see, Oscar von Hindenburg, political specialist. He was not. He's here as a fascist. I don't know if that's the right term for it, but it would be ruling party support, not fascist. But the more the split the government is, the not as good. So we're going to leave it as being Frick as a Nazi brown shirt. Okay. Yep, that looks good. Yes, we are. Ruling party support here is the highest priority for spies. Oh, we have 0 spies. That would be why things aren't going so well. Okay, so that tells me what I need to do here is we are slowly moving up on officers, so we're doing reasonably well there. Let's lock that in place. Well, actually, you know, let's come here and we're going to... Oh, we're going the wrong way. If Gamer was just doing the thing right. Lock that in, and we're going to look at this a bit. Okay, hopefully that'll get us some more spies. That's what we're doing. So yeah, we didn't have any spies left. I wasn't paying attention up there. So if we had spies, we would be doing that. Okay, so now we have lost the effects of this, and we've gone up to more supply factories, so it's a little better, I guess. I don't know. Take the quick tour. With TRE, if you take the tour, you sometimes, I don't know if always, but sometimes you get a little bonus. I didn't see an extra bonus there, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you just get to look at more pictures and get a little more of the story. That was production again. Yeah, okay, we're now back to doing more ships and fully 21 there. Okay, so what we're going to do here is and naval bombers. And twin engine fighters. I'll move all those down to here. Okay, so we're continuing to both expand our production and get through other productions as well of other equipment. Pretty soon we're going to start on ground forces, but this time, as you notice, we're doing some destroyers and whatnot. We're going to do some more of those. We're getting through some of these light ships here, but we're going to make sure we have a lot of fighters to control the skies. I just don't think, well, massive conscription right now is best. Definitely not war economy, but extended conscriptions. If we were to go, because I'm sensitive because of not running out of manpower. IC's down 1.5%. That isn't too big. National revolt risk. Daily descent up a little more. I don't know. I don't know. Heavy AA guns. I think that is here. Yes. Stop that. These come in. One's doing so. Let's come over here for tactical attack focus. Let's look at. Yeah, let's do this. 1 more percent to go to 80. So it's 25% more manpower for 1.5 down in ICs. National revolt risk to daily descent, I think, is the only thing that really will actually impact us other than the 1.5%. Yeah. So we'll try this. We'll try this. Still all green, still all green. Okay, good. HMS Anson is launched. Okay, and we now have massive, so down 1.5% ICs. These are some of the, we weren't going, some of the lessons I've learned from the last playthrough. Fourth International Aviation Zurich. Yeah, we'll go. Cost us a little money and supplies. We'll gain some benefits. They'll gain some benefits too, actually. So it's not just us, but they will. Looking at our aircraft that we send down there, they'll go, oh, this is what the Germans are doing? Let's take notes. And Germany takes notes of theirs. Okay, slight negative territory. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to trade with the Soviets as much as we can. How are we doing here? They've got plenty of money. So let's sell them some supplies. There we go. Not a huge amount, but enough to get well into the green. Still at 0. Well, we'll wait a little bit more. Okay, the Nürburgring Inspector der SS Ritter Schulen, in charge of the writing schools. That gives us some bonuses, but it also gives us cavalry brigade and a headquarters inspectorate, and up here a cavalry reconnaissance. So basically it's meant to, and we'll put them under that, to just sort of be that until Germany's starting to fall apart. So if you're going to min-max your game, sure, you can do that, and you know, break this, at least pull the brigade out and put it on the front earlier on. But if you're going to play sort of historical and you're winning, leave it where it is. If you're losing, you know, playing historically, sort of speaking, put it out to the front to help. That's basically what happens. I mean, they don't put the brigade, and it's no longer calling that. They're just forming the various SS cavalry divisions as time goes on. But it's there. Okay, we're going to wait into... Well, actually, you know, let's save this here. And we're going to end the episode here. Not the live stream, but the episode. I want to thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate everyone who gets to the end. I know it's only about 10% that fully watch the episodes, but thank you so much. You guys are great. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll just continue here. Just wanted to save before the starting of the month and figured we could start another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. It's July 1937, almost into August, and we are heading towards the war. Hello, Spiraling. Haven't seen you in a little while. How you been? The mountain unit training advanced. That I think is okay. We're going to just stop that because what else did we stop? Oh, where we oh boy, where did I stop? I don't know. Finland. Yes, you can have metal. Have all the metal you want. Nocta Amazonian, Night of the Amazons. Big party night in Munich. Give out prizes from the Brown Derby, the horse race. Lose a little bit of descent. In Germany, nice parades, nice parties, lots of beer, you know. A little bit of anti-Semitism thrown in for the fun of it, I guess. But otherwise... Okay, we've lost the effects of low popularity, and now we're in medium, maybe from the parties there. Maybe that'll stick, maybe it won't. Cruiser damage, control advance, very nice. Okay. I guess we'll let that continue. We have a few, and because we're no longer under negative effects. Well, so dual purpose guns, that's nice. Yeah, let's do dual purpose guns. Oh, is it more? Even more? Even more? Yeah, I'll barely, not even a tenth of a point. Yeah, we'll do damage control though. Well, actually, you know, well, let's stop this. What we're gonna do here is move even more. That way we can maybe get some of the BICE build out here in Germany. No free spies, we have active some, but get some more in there. Wow, a lot of stuff just happened on the second, as it often does. Pause. Okay, well, start with Japan. Yes, okay, we'll trade with you for some oil. Low popularity. Okay, so we only briefly went up there. Now we're down. Imperial General Headquarters destroyed. Akagi lost. Akagi lost. What the hell just happened? I can't imagine anything that I've done with TRE that would have caused this. Have all their Imperial HQ and Kagi Kaga. I know our carriers. Some of the others I don't recognize, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Okay, now that we have our Ritterschulens, this is, yeah, don't need it bitchin' mode, but yeah, we'll activate this unit now. Yeah, we don't need recruitment time or land organization if we don't get this. Currently, it's a 50-50 chance, but expand our automotive factory, sure. So I don't know what the hell they're thinking or what the hell happened there. Okay, we're again back to that. So, well, I think now is time for reinforcements. Yes, you may have energy. All right. Yeah. Mutsu lost. Yamashiro lost. I don't know. Did somehow the AI just... Because I can't... I don't know. It really is on. That is... We'll just stop that. And we're going to stop the purpose guns and cruiser damage control. Okay. AT armored support brigades, yes. And reduce that down. A tsunami? Well, that would do it. I'm just wondering what the hell's going on here. Because, okay, they're at war with Republic of China, the cliques, various, So I can't imagine what either air power or would they no, they would just go to see if like they were all here and that was taken. I can't imagine either China having enough air power or China having enough naval power to do all that. Yeah, that's according to from what I'm understanding. That's because those are loss events. Because I'm just coming over to click here and here. See, if you lose some of these political leaders here, like William Keitel, Yodel, the actual headquarters, there will be loss events here that will go, oh shit, Germany must really be effing up, and if the Hitler unit here dies, again, this will represent the everything effing up and whatnot. If some of the people who instituted some of these loss events really like to role play, and they would move the headquarters, out to, where Hitler was for the Battle of France, and then move them to the Wolfschutz out here. And they really they like to move them around. So that's why they created this. I go, cool, fine, no problem. Doesn't hurt anything. I think mostly the AI keeps their versions of whatever these are away from the front lines. So this is a political leader. So if you lose this political leader unit, and you can see this unit really doesn't have any, like, has a little bit of soft attack, a little bit of hard attack, a little bit of air because of what this is. So yeah, it's sort of defending here if you come in and attack it. But you can see movement. It really basically immobilizes this unit from anything but strategic movement. So you don't really want to move these around too much, and that's how they would move around. Yamamoto retired and took the fleet with him. Well, if he did that, that might have saved Japan from losing World War II, because they wouldn't have attacked the Western Allies, and they just would have stayed with the war in China. That might have been the smartest thing, Timothy. That would have been a thing. So I can't. I don't know why the AI would disband the unit. I mean, it might. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. And I can't imagine China because China historically, and I think they're sort of set up that way. They had a few cruisers. They weren't very good. They had a few destroyers, and they were probably okay for 1920s destroyers or whatever. And they actually fought and, inflicted damage. I don't know if they actually sunk any Japanese ships, but, early, at this stage, fairly early on, they fought some battles up and around here. There actually was at least 2, if not 3 fleets for China. And when I say that, let me rephrase it. There was, and I don't remember it for sure, there was at least 2, if not 3 navies for China. And what that sort of means is that the Navy that was up here had its own sort of training schools and its own ships, and the Navy that was down here had sort of its own training schools and its own ships. Not many, but some. And they basically ignored each other. I mean, they were both like the Navy of China, both in it, but they sort of had their own budgets, and if they could buy or have locally produced ships, they would do them. But they really didn't, if the officer from one of the other, from down here showed up north, they would go, yeah, who are you? What are you doing here? You're supposedly in command? No, go away. They were very sort of different organizations, but some of the vessels from up here fairly early on, because China eventually comes in and takes over here, escaped down here and sort of refugee down to here for a while and get integrated here locally. So the remnants do sort of combine up, but they're never really very well organized, and they're sort of their own. I mean, they're all officially one Navy, but they're their own things, and I may be slightly overstating it, but not by much. And so, yeah, they had things like that, but, ships. And of course, they had aircraft, but I'm trying to think if I remember if they ever damaged it. I don't think they ever sunk any Japanese ships at sea, or in port or anything. They did do some bombing runs and whatever, but I don't know that they were quite capable of much. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't some good Japanese or Chinese pilots. There were, just not many of them, and they often didn't have good working aircraft and that kind of thing. Oh, we're just talking about how Japan lost all of its, or a lot of its fleet somehow. Okay, Totenkopfstandarte creation important. This event, yes, you want this. You don't want to disband these units. Yes, this is a Black Ice event that I hated the photo that they used, so I made my own and just named it as theirs. Yes, we want that. Anti-air upgrade. Yes. Yes, we want. That's a picture of reenactors. not a to picture. I don't use reenactors photos knowingly. Would be by mistake, but not knowingly for my mod. So I don't know what happened to the Japanese Navy. Hell, maybe the Japanese army sunk it. Okay, trains ran on time. Congo lost. What are they doing? What the hell are they doing? Is losing those ships. I mean, it doesn't sound smart, but the only thing I can sort of imagine is somehow they are. Well, maybe they're trying some naval invasions. Because I'm looking to, because we don't have any real good look in because they're not part of our faction. We can just see that China. Oh no, they've taken these from China, and China has pushed into there from their puppet, and their puppet has pushed into here. So that's all I can really tell. Okay, we give them money for. Okay, we can do that. We're getting our reinforcements to our units. Good. Some of these units had been almost non-existent strength, but now they're getting some forces. Okay. Can you show us the list? Keep asking for these things that I never look for. I don't know that I can see because I'm not part of their war. Because they're their own war right now, so I don't think I can see that. Unless you can describe to me where I'm supposed to click to see it. Because we can go entire conflict, but I'm not at war, so I don't see that, I don't think. Because I know this is where I can see some of the stuff for myself. Oh, they're heading towards California? Well, that would do it. Better target than China. Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't think we have that for this. At least not now. Once I get into the war, I might be able to see it, but small warship. Okay. That's just something that I just never care, stats about the game, and I know a bunch of people really do care about it. Losses versus, our lot, how many of German soldiers versus how many dead versus how many, Soviet soldiers or something like that. I've just never been interested in that, knowing that about my games. It's just me. It's not that other people are wrong for wanting that, but just not into it. So I don't know how to dig too deep into these things, even though I played thousands of hours of the game. I'm more interested in goals and objectives and how well I think I did them. No, Dietrich, no, there's no, you can't send a military attaché. You can't send volunteer forces. So there's really, outside of getting them into my faction, or if I had the range or a friendly port that I could get to. So unless I can put a ship off of it, like here, the Deutschland. Let's send the Deutschland over to here. We're just going to move down. See, now we can go in and sort of look a little bit at Spain here because it's within range. Reich, Bonn, Inspector General, Fritz Todt. That. Oh, I may not have moved the. Oh, okay. Special Forces Unit combined. It's nice. That's supposed to have an event picture. Why doesn't it? Okay. Did it not get moved here or something? I gotta remember to look into that. They're really nice pictures. What's this again? Okay, Special Forces Combined Arms. That's down here. 39. Yeah, we'll stop that. Let's come over to Blitzkrieg. Yeah, let's do tactical focus. We do get a list of all capital ships sunk with reason of their sinking. Release a carrier to destroyers. You see AI's eternal shame. I don't know that. Well, the Hoi 3 AI does not have much shame, I will say. Yes, you can have its combat AI, or it is eternally shamed so bad that. So you can see as we're moving along the coast here, we're getting a little bit. Yes, we'll do some research there for ships. Fox Sport, name of the magazine. That's Max Schmeling, cover there. Just trying to give you a little taste of what it was like to be inside the. Okay, we're back to doing battleships. So what we're going to do here is upgrades. Special shock. Special shuttles. Okay. Oh, what's over here? German and its unpronounceable words. Such a pleasant language. Now, this is actually quite historical, and I think they even sent the Deutschland over here as part of the neutrality patrols that were going along. Germany sent some vessels, Britain and France sent a lot. I think it was maybe the Deutschland that was damaged in the fighting. There was an attack, I think by the Republicans on it. Like 20 sailors or something died. Okay, yes. SA Sport, Czechoslovakia, reinforcement chance, cool. And so they patrolled around. Now, of course, the Germans sort of coordinate. I don't know if "turn the blind eye" would be the appropriate term, or specifically like, oh, hey, we have an armed ship, or hey, German neutrality patrol. Make sure you're not here. Well, why? Well, just make sure you're not here. When the German shipments were coming in to arms, but they would patrol off the Republican areas and try to intercept armed shipments for the neutrality patrol in Spain going to the Republicans. Okay. Direct fire unit, combined arms. Let's come here and look. Yes, armored HQs. Let's do that. Well, it would be better if we stayed over here. We're going to watch what's happening. There we go. If we had something with the range, and I don't think we do, to get all the way over to the Pacific right now, we could do this to watch what was going on. We now have 13 automotive factories instead of 12, and the Horthy Cup in Hungary, and water polo. Germany is number 2. Surprise, surprise, Hungary got number 1. Let's see if we can. Well, does Japan want? I have a little bit of extra money. Would you want to buy some supplies from us? No. Okay, didn't think so, but figured I would give it a shot. They have a little bit of extra money and a need for supplies, so let's Sell them some. At night we can't see anything. Day comes along, we get a little bit of a bonus at seeing stuff in there. Britain. We have them money for rare materials. No, thank you. We'll try to buy it from a more friendly power. Artillery unit training, nice, nice. Okay, yeah, and I brought the others command. Stop that for the moment. Okay, we still haven't gotten any spies, so what we're going to do, or extra spies, so let's increase this a bit more. And no. Soviet Union, yes. Just because if we start a war. Could you send plane? No, there's nowhere to land Beam Slam, so I cannot fly over neutral territory. So I can't fly, so I can't hover over anything, and I would have to land at a. Okay, pause. It's just a weird thing. We can see they've invaded down here at Shanghai, which don't know if they did it in August 37, but they did eventually, yes, invade there too. So I don't know what happened. Did they have a bunch of submarines or something, or a bunch of like small boats, motor torpedo boats or something? I don't know. But yeah, they lost a lot. So yeah, there's no real way. We don't have a colony. We don't have military access. I mean, we can look at this. We could ask for transit rights. Oh, they say likely. Okay, so we'll. Okay, they refused. Okay, so they refused. If they'd given us transit rights, we might be able to bring in some fighters or something and then put them up into the air over the sea. Not over Chinese occupied, but that might have, or just we could have based out of a Japanese port and put the ships out to look around. Okay, yeah, we'll take this. Incendiary bombs, okay, but I think that's a one and done, and we're moving over to that. Yes, they did. Hello, Frederico. No. The SA divisions are a white elephant. They eat lots of supplies, but don't get rid of them. Don't get rid of them. You don't want them to upgrade. If when the war comes, because what happens is they're later on, it's either in 38 or 39, there's an event that will, if all of these units exist, all of the units or enough of them, I check for, I don't know, let's just say a quarter of them. If the right units still exist, then there'll be an event that fires that will remove all the SA units and give you back weaker SA units, but also give you back a big amount of manpower. So we'll give a big boost of manpower, and that's meant to represent what really did happen. Is a lot of SA men, the younger ones, were drafted into the army. And now they may be drafted in the army in 1936 or 1937, but then they're not like drafted in and stay for years. They're drafted in at this point and stay for like 6 months or a year or whatever it was, and then they go into reserve status. So it's sort of, are they in, are they not? But once you're really gearing up for war, the number of SA units doesn't change. They, as far as I know, actually I think they grow, but there's very little research. I got all the books I could find on them at the time when I did this, and since then I've read another book, but it doesn't give me the details anymore. But most of the units still exist. They just become hollow shells of themselves for numbers. They still have hundreds, if not even, instead of this is an arbitrary number here because these Standarten, SA Standarten are of different sizes. Depending on local manpower, they get to a certain size, and then eventually, well, maybe we should click over. No, keep clicking on the wrong ones. Again, still clicking on wrong ones. Am I okay? No, come on. And if I only put the Ritter Standarte if there was one there. Okay, see now this one in this location this is actually historical, that close to this location as I found. And again, for those of you who don't know, I did all this research by finding there's a phone book that's in existence. The way I did this is I found online photographs of an original phone book. And so they gave like a place name like Hamburg. And then see, here's one that has, in Hamburg, there's the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th SA Standarten. And then they gave the phone number, so I knew where they were. They were at I think it was like it was like a 35, somewhere like the 35 to 37. I forget the exact year. This phone book that I found. So I don't know how strong each of these Standarten were. If there get to be enough in a particular area like Hamburg, they would create another Standarten. But if it was small enough, well, they just have a weaker Standarten. Or if it's just a little bit bigger, they'd have an overstrength one if there wasn't enough to have two. So yeah, this is all taken from a phone book. And so I found, and it would give things like Ritter Standarten and 63, 62 matching up here. So I went in and used, that's how I was able to do the research for this, because there is no good printed, modern printed resource that tells what the SA was doing in the late 30s after Ernst Röhm is killed. So, because I play historical, I do the yearly let them eat cake, because that to me matches the most realistic, or matches history the closest that I can. But if you want to do the sort of send in the thugs event and either get more units that way, or if you want to do the police garrison event at the beginning of the year, you'll want to use these guys to keep your revolt risk down. If you want to, once the war starts, and there was a little bit of using the SA as combat for the invasion of Poland, really only, in the initial invasion of Poland, and they were used a little bit in combat for anti-partisan work in the territory up here, and there was a little bit of use in some foreign occupations. Now they did set up it's not in the game, a new SA Standarten for Warsaw, but it was just for Germans living in Warsaw, during the war once it occupies there. So they are used a little bit for foreign occupation, but mostly they're sort of a home partisan militia thing. They're not good units. They're not meant to be good fighting units. They do have suppression of 9.5, some air defense, and it seems awful. I didn't create these numbers. These numbers aren't me. I didn't create the numbers. I didn't create these units, but so they're okayish, anti-partisan type stuff. So you can use them in foreign territories if you need to. Thanks, Arno. Yeah, well, and so this, I think it's this level here. The Obergruppen was actually removed by 36. I think that's what my research shows. The Obergruppen was removed, and so it would go straight from the upper headquarters to what was the SA Gruppe, more or less equivalent to the Corps. But I used, again, from other research, and I think it was I'm just going to say 34, but it was removed by the time 36 by the time this starts. But so I think it was either 34 or 35. The SA Obergruppen was removed as a thing, and so it just went directly to the SA Gruppe. But I left it in just because of the sort of hierarchical situation here with the game. Now, of course, and I'm talking about you don't want to remove any of these units, but you can reorganize this. If you don't want all, you don't want these sort of brigades all parceled out, you want to create units with them, larger ones, you can do that. Just as long as you don't delete these units, including the headquarters, you don't want to delete any of the units. You can reorganize it. You can move them around. I've moved a few just to the border here early on. You can use them as things. It's meant to be a check for the second event. Tap-in is one, to punish you if you just delete all these units. You won't get your manpower back because you're meant to have this penalty, if you will, because it's historical. And it's also meant that if you go to war, say in 1938, over Czechoslovakia, and you go to war with France and Britain at that time, or some other war breaks out and you start losing these units, well, it's sort of figuring, well, you're using them in combat, you're not going to have them replaced to weaker ones. So if you're playing more or less historical, meaning not going to war and not doing anything, you will get most of your manpower back that I take away at the start for them, and you'll end up with even weaker SA units to do whatever you want with. Basically, they're meant to be sort of emergency use, if you're being invaded or something like that. Later on, because figure all these units here again, they're sort of gutted by the war. The Ritter SA units are basically, to the best of my knowledge, basically are removed in that all the horses are sent off to fight in the war. Eventually, I mean, not day one, but as time goes on, the horses disappear. The men are the Ritter SA, or Ritter Standard and the Ritter SA. Most of them, the young ones at least, are already drafted into the army. The older ones are still around, of course, but without most of their horses. The older guys in the SA brigades are still around, and these guys just sort of are the ones that are called up and become the Volkssturm units. They're renamed. They may be, still in their SA uniforms, going off at the end of the war. When they, do like Fortress Breslau here, they set that up as a fortress, or here Königsberg Fortress kind of thing. It includes what if these the Standarten were still there, because sometimes they do shift them around a bit, but they're just turned into the Volkssturm and then thrown other non-SA, the guys from the I forget the main what is it, the RLB or whatever the main veterans organization was from World War I. So all the World War I veterans are put in there, and the SS home dudes, the guys that are back doing evil things at home, they're put into the that, and just other people are scraped up. So yeah, they end up being used in the war, but not specifically as SA units, but as the Volkssturm at the end. Direct unit fire control. Direct fire control unit. Blah 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 blah. Let's get redundant. Okay. And so, especially the first, because this, here it does have, you can see down there, SAST and SA Brigade, increase the organization, but you want to turn off all of the upgrades for it because, and you can just do that by selecting this and then hitting that, which I've done, because again, these will all be removed and replaced later. Now, if you want to use the second version of these, then yeah, leave that unchecked and have the upgrades happen to them. Okay, okay, we're starting to get some spies, but I'm going to do even more shifting to some spies. We're going to try to get a pool of them, something. Okay, maybe a bit more so we can. There we go. You would think something like the SA would have a lot of information, and there's just a handful of books that cover the SA post Ernst Röhm's death. Before Ernst Röhm, there's a bunch of stuff, when he's in charge and they're being used to come to power. But afterwards, it becomes hard to find the stuff. And even one of the books I read, they give up talking about the SA, and they talk about how the ambassadors to Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary are all SA leaders, just sort of as throwing them a bone. And they talk about they talk about Victor Luntz a little bit, but then I'm forgetting the guy right now who takes over after Victor Luntz. Victor Lutz dies in an automobile accident. He's going out with his family. Okay, we want food. The head of the SA. Hey, hey guys, family, we're hungry. Yeah, let's go forage in the forest for food. That's what they were driving out to the countryside to go look for food. Foraged in the go hunt animals or pick berries or whatever it was, and they die in a car accident doing that. His replacement is actually a guy who really starts to organize things up a bit better. And they talk about him and talking about the Field Herrenhalle division and how that is sort of an SA sponsored unit. And so they talk about that in the book, but much of the other SA information just isn't talked about later on, even by books that sort of are covering it as you go on. No, Rhaegar, that's not the case. They still were important and they were still needed. That's what I've come to learn. And they are still a massive control element for Germany internally. They are the primary internal control unit. It is not the SS, maybe the police as much as the SA, but the SA are still being heavily used. I think it's become unglamorous to study them, and the more I've looked into them, it just like Rhaegar, the big thing, and if I read and talk about all the events, and if you read them, cover it, the SA is heavily involved in training the army, or maybe I should say heavily involved in training men that are going to become soldiers, and not just SA men. They have training programs set up all over Germany. One, that whole Ritter SA, they basically take over all of the horses in Germany, basically. And I'm not saying get them into their take over control, and in the sense that if you want to breed horses, not if you're a farmer with a horse, but if you want to breed horses, you need to be a member of the SA. Now, these guys that become members of the SA probably never buy a uniform, so they never own a uniform. But if you're involved in this, the Ritter SA is actually sort of its own sort of somewhat separate branch, and it's setting up a horse breeding program to increase the numbers of suitable horses for military. So good, strong horses. So they're working on that. And it's sort of weird because of the Ritter SS gets control of just a few regions for doing a similar sort of thing. But it's like 80% or 90% of Germany is for horse breeding authority, or however you want to call it. But they're managing all that. It's done by the SA, or the Ritter SA. And with that, there's a major horse training effort to train men not just to ride, but how to take care of and manage horses. Well, all this goes and helps the army. And this is all going on even as the war is happening. It's still very functional. So they're doing that. And like I say, they're training up men. The only, to the best of my knowledge, the only party, meaning Nazi party badge, that's allowed to be worn on your military, whether it's Luftwaffe, Navy, or Army uniforms, is the SA sports badge, and it comes in 3 degrees: bronze, silver, and gold. But you don't have to be an SA man to get that. You just have to go to an event, and there's 3 different levels of qualifications. You do different things and go through and qualify to get it. March so far, run a certain amount of distance in a certain amount of time and whatever. There's these athletic achievements, and if you get these athletic achievements, and you do it under the go to an SA held event, under their auspices, they will issue this SA sports badge. So you don't have to be a member of the SA. You just have to go to this, and you get that, and that is the only political SA, because you can't wear your party badge or your other political badges on your military, your army uniform. The only one that you can wear is that SA sports badge. And one of the things they're teaching in the SA is grenade throwing. So they're teaching people how to throw grenades. And some of the people they're teaching are the Hitler Youth. Some of the people they're teaching are the Reich Arbeitsdienst, which is sort of the after Hitler Youth, the work party. And so they're teaching these organizations, so they're doing that. The SA is heavily involved with after an air raid, they're the ones. One of the major elements that goes out around and looks for downed pilots, both enemy and friendly, because sometimes friendly, like a fighter or whatever, will be shot down and a pilot may be injured or just parachuted in and down and help them out, but also looking for downed enemy pilots. They're used to look for escaped prisoners of war, like the Great Escape and other sort of things. They're put out manpower. There's a big effort as the war goes on to evacuate the cities of non-essential personnel, particularly women with children, single women with children. And as the war is going on, as more and more, because these women are not, well, one, they want to maybe get them out to do some agricultural work, but it's really, a lot of them are not ones that are working in a war effort in a factory, but they have children, so they're, for the Nazi ideology, protect the woman and raise lots of kids. That's really super important. But you don't need to be in a city that is being bombed. And if you can get them out of the city, you can also get them to where maybe the food is grown, so you're not having to transport as much food to the city as well. So it's sort of for their own protection. But after a while, large numbers of the women just come back to their home city because they get fed up of being in the countryside, and they bring their children back. And for a while, one of the main elements that are standing around at railroad stations or at the edge of the cities, checking everybody's passes. And if you have a pass that says you're supposed to be down here in Coburg, but you're showing back up here in Leipzig, they're going, nope, go back home. Eventually, the Germans give up on this because it just becomes overwhelming. Too many of them just, after somewhat forcibly being sent to the countryside, stay there for a while, give up on it, and just go back to the city. And eventually just sort of overwhelmed, and they just sort of really stop enforcing it as a actual thing. And the the SS and the police are doing this too, but manpower-wise, it is heavily the SA. Not exclusively, but they're heavily responsible for this. So the SA is still a very important and very massive functional element of German society. It's just not reported on it. And so we just don't know what's going on well. And this is what I've got from my limited research. It's just the glamorous SS because it's, the combat guys that are out there, the Waffen SS, or it's the evil SS running the camps that gets all the attention. Because they're either super evil or they're super glamorous or they're glamorous evil, whatever you want to call it. They get all that attention, and of course the Army and the Navy and the Air Force gets that attention. But the SA is another major element of the Nazi state that continues until the closing days of the war, and then it just sort of gets morphed as, part of the Volkssturm, where I went in and I created a bunch of these SA leaders, probably most of them that are here in the game. I'm trying to see here. And you can sort of see here, and I looked at the original photograph, which was often larger this, and I tried to look and see what his ribbons were. Not so much to identify, I don't know this guy has ribbons on it, I really can't tell from here, I don't think so. But if he had a lot of, or a fair amount of World War I ribbons, this guy probably doesn't because here. I gave him some better stats because a lot of these leadership elements were World War I veterans and veteran officers from the Army, not just political hacks. Some of the where I could see on the uniform, some of them are just political hacks that, well, they may have been in the Army, but they didn't necessarily do anything, or maybe much in the war. Or I couldn't see something on there, like maybe the photo didn't have his chest area to see. But I went in and tried to use that as, oh, well, this guy's a little bit better, so give him a little higher stats, maybe a little better something on him. Not making them super soldiers or anything like that, but these guys would have been the combat vet. A lot of these local commanders would have been combat veterans of World War I, often officers or NCOs, and they're now in charge of a battalion of Volkssturm. Yeah, they haven't been fighting in World War II and things change, but if you're defending your home city, World War I experience is probably pretty good. So I sort of looked at it. Sounds like they were turned into certification organization military. Yes, that's exactly at Ragar. There's a lot of that's going on. So the essay is important. Now, and there are also there's all kinds of campaigns going on. There's the winter relief campaigns every year to raise money and other things to help, whether it's the poor or later as the war goes on, collect furs or whatever, winter clothing for soldiers. There's hey, coming up in 1938, there's Kristallnacht. You need the SA to go tear down all those Jewish synagogues and burn a few buildings. They're used in that. They're used in all kinds of other intimidation tactics leading up to that and after that against the Jews and other people. They're used as for the various election campaigns that happen. And there are, including like the campaign dealing with the Austrian Anschluss and several other votes that happen. They're out there campaigning for the Nazi Party, and so there's a lot of activities the SA are still doing. It's just not well recorded, as like the SS is. Some of it is that the records are destroyed. I recently found out for the Luger, the Luger pistol, all the records were destroyed, probably in World War II, but at least all the ones for DWM, Deutsches Munition, or Deutsches Werk and Munitions for Lugers, and all we have left to this day are the ones for Munich. Or down in Bavaria, I should say, the Bavarian records. And they have just sort of notes, not the details, but they would just sort of the record, oh yeah, this trials happened and they picked this or whatever. I found that out for the development of the Luger. And so just because, there was Bavaria was sort of had its own sort of internal different army. So they were doing some of their own testing, but they were also getting notes. So we don't even have the details and development of Luger pistol because they were destroyed. The main central file copies were destroyed in the war, and to this day no one has them. So they have what Bavaria kept, the Bavarian government / military at the time kept, but the sort of Prussian ones, this is before World War I, those are gone. So there's a lot of records that are just gone. But even where we do have them, they may have a lot more information than the one phone book that I found online, but they're just in archives, and I don't have the ability to go drive around Germany, and I don't speak German enough to go look at it. No one else has done it and then published it either online or in a book that I could buy. And I did buy a few books to research, not just this, but other elements of the essay. Okay, infiltration tactics. Get back to playing. Okay, 32. Yeah, we're going to keep going. Fighter pilot training advanced. Let's see what year that. No, that's down here. Okay, 38. We're going to stop that for the moment. Yeah, let's come to air superiority. No, let's do interception tactics. We're going to start with that one. So yeah, it's just an interesting topic. I find it. We would give them money for crude oil. Okay. how much we don't know about World War II. And not that it can't be found out, but just we as those who read books, not those who write them, those are different people, but those of us who read books just only have limited sources. Underway replenishment, I think that is here. Good. Things that you sort of think or presume that we just would know, or you can go pick up a book on it and know it, read it, but we don't have that. Okay, a lot of 37. Let's unrestricted warfare. Well, those are already pretty well advanced. Well, let's do destroyer crew training. That sounds like a good one to start. Have you asked the German Army archives about the SA stuff? No, I've not. When I started researching some of that, I still had my editor. She helped me out some with it. She was German, but she didn't find anything much more when she was doing it. And she was just researching online, as far as I know. She got me some information, but trying to do it, I found the phone book on one of the major forums for German Army research. But I don't know why the Army would have any information hardly, on the SA, unless they're the ones that kept it to this day. Because it's a political thing and not a military thing. Okay, we've lost low popularity, so now we're back up to medium. Good. Expand our light aircraft factories. Nice. Königsberg. Okay, good. We're going to put even more into... Well, I want to get a pool of spies. I know I keep saying it, but yes, I do want to do that. Okay, back to here. Getting through much of that, so now do this. Sometimes things don't work out. We're going to save this. Oh yes, no, well, I know there's the Bundeswehr archives for photographs, and some of those have been scanned in, and they're really nice digital stuff. And I agree that probably most of it is not online, but I don't know who would keep the records for it, for the essay. I know the Bavarian government claims to own certain Nazi properties. Meaning that they claim that they're the legal owner of it, like copyright holder, shall we say, copyright holder of it, and they license some of the stuff out through some of the photographs to be used out through Almay, I think is it. They're associated with Getty Images, Getty Photos licensing. And if you're using this stuff, you're supposed to pay Almay money that then goes to the Bavarian government. Now, I'm an American citizen, and the American citizens have captured those same set of photographs, and they're in the Smithsonian archives. And since they're in our archives, we at least claim that we get to use them without paying any rights. So, as war conquest booty, whatever, and so they're in the public domain in America. And I use some of the stuff. I'm waiting for whether it's Almay or their associate Getty to try to come after me for money, and then I want to see the court case where the Bavarians want to profit from Nazism, trying to charge money for Nazism and make money off Nazis. I wonder how that case would go if they ever tried to sue me to collect money for photographs that they claim to hold the copyright to. That would be an interesting case. But yeah, I use some of the stuff that they claim ownership of, the copyright ownership of. I don't know. Supposedly, I haven't. I say supposedly because I just read accounts of it. Some of the archives that are held by various German governments, and I mean by that by things like the Bavarian government or different state governments or the central German government, different government agencies, they restrict who they let in to come in and do research. And that's in a way common in that they want to, because I remember many years ago to like get, to be able for me to get in to use the British Library and get a proper pass for it. I got sort of a temporary one because I just sort of showed up there. I was a college student. Go, hey, yeah, I want to be able to come and do research at the British Library. And they sort of like, were you supposed to go in that office over there? Okay, fine. And sat down with the guy. Yeah, I'm here studying in Britain, and I wanted to do some research here. Well, we normally only let like master's studies people or PhDs or whatever come in and study here. I mean, they're sort of like, just don't let, at least at that time. It was in the original building, where they have the desks, the same reading desk place where Karl Marx sat, or where Sherlock Holmes sat. Yeah, I know Sherlock Holmes is a myth, but in one of the stories they specified what desk he sat at to do his research in the British Library. It was in that original building. Is where, I mean, I didn't sit at either of those desks, but in the original building there, that I know they've moved it. Now the original building is still there. I don't know that it's used anymore. I don't know the entrance requirements, but they're supposed to be, some. But they were sort of like, well, okay. And I didn't just travel just to do that. I, study in the British Library. I was traveling and studying in Britain, and they were sort of, okay, we'll give you, we'll give you an American college student who's studying history. We'll give you a temporary pass because I was going to be there for like. It was like for 6 months the pass. I said I was going to be there for 3 or 4 months. Okay, we'll give you a temporary one. So they gave me a temporary library card. I know I have it somewhere for the British Library at the time, way back when. So yeah, most libraries, like government libraries for serious research, are a bit restrictive, meaning they just won't let anybody off the street into their original one-of-the-kind documents. But my understanding with a lot of the German archive stuff, dealing with the Nazis, they're even more sensitive as to who they let in to study it. But a lot of that stuff, like as I was sort of saying, is sitting over in American archives. And a lot of the stuff is sitting in Russian archives. And some of it's sitting in French, and some of it is sitting in British archives. So it's around the world in various archives. I don't know what is where. I don't know if I would, probably if pushed hard enough, I could get into to study any of the American stuff. If I was traveling to Washington D.C. area, which are the Smithsonian Institution is set. Now they have the sort of public museums that people go through for the tours or whatever, but then they have research stuff that you can get in and keep, and that's the people I think they're the ones that oversee the National Archives and for the World War II stuff, and for the stuff that's non-class. Well, they also hold classified stuff, but obviously you got to get special permission or classified or get stuff declassified for that. But just the other stuff, I don't even know how well it's cataloged. Some of the stuff, and it's in boxes and whatnot. I could probably do it, but I'm not traveling. I live in California. I'm not traveling back to Washington D.C. to do research. Sorry, and like I say, I don't do enough German, and I don't speak, so I'd have to pay a researcher to do more, and that's just not in the budget. You can of course support my Patreon channel, and if I get enough, maybe I'll start paying a researcher. But yeah, that's sort of the how it sort of goes for research, and it's a lot to do original research. I did some, like I say, in the British Library, but actually ended up doing more in the Edinburgh Castle Library. Up there, they have a library in the castle that deals with Scottish military history, and did some research there with original source materials, 18th century materials. Talked to a few other people, was doing some other research, going around and talking to some people that had some documents and looking some stuff up for the 18th century Jacobite stuff way back when. So I've had a little bit with this, Um, and I tell you, it was hard enough trying to read 18th century style writing with 18th century style spelling, like how they like to use F's instead of S's in the middle of words. So if it was if the first letter in the word was S, they would write an S. But if they wrote an S later on in the word, they would use an F. Crazy, yeah. But yeah, so and that's difficult enough. German would be another whole difficulty. And this is before modern German, or this was the Nazis are the ones who create modern German. I keep meaning to have a list of the words that were used, but it's gleichend or something like that. Means to make everything the same. There was a lot of that going on in the Nazis. Get standardized spellings, because before the Nazis showed up, you could have different standardized spellings in different parts of Germany. Like in Prussia versus Bavaria, you may spell a word differently officially, in a dictionary, not just randomly. But it was the Nazis that set up the unified spellings for words and other things outside of the dictionary, outside of word usage. But they were trying to unify or make like laws the same in all areas of Germany, and not have different laws in different city states and whatnot. And so that was all done under the Nazis, for good or for bad, but they were the ones doing that. And so trying to deal with German before that, the German usage prior to that happening, and yeah, they were the ones doing it, but they didn't get it completed. And of course, the people that grew up before that and were educated before that were still using their earlier spellings and earlier word usages too. I like to save maps, and there's like one map I saved. I think it's like the word for pencil in France. Like 70% of France uses one word, 20% of France uses a different word, and 10% of France uses a third word or something like that, according to this map, for like pencil or whatever, or pen or something like that. And it's things sort of like this, and it sort of locally exclusively uses one word or the other. Not that they might not nowadays know at least the standard, the 70%, but colloquially they always use a different word. Well, there's things like that going on in German before the Nazis show up. Even use different words or meanings or whatever. So it's complicated. I don't even want to go near it as a primary researcher, as much as I can avoid it. Phone books aside. Okay, we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate those that make it this far. Thank you, everyone. I really love you guys. I'm going to grab another drink here, and I'm going to be right back. And well, let's do a restart, or save this. We're going to quit, and I'm going to restart the game and come back, and we will continue this very shortly. Almost back. What is spiraling saying? Can you show me how the Air Force works here? Or the HQ system? Yes, hello, Spitfire Studios. Sure I can. Just give me a moment here. Let me get back in. Now I do have tutorials on some of this stuff. You can look on the main channel page. I'm happy to show you right now, but excuse me here. But you can go in and look at those tutorials talking about the different things. You know, whether the HQs or the air units. Okay, first off, HQs. You want to have your theater commander, your army groups, and like Army Group South, and then below that, the Army groups, you want to have your armies, and there will be a bunch. Well, I can create one here quickly here. This is attached here. What you want to do is you'll want to, there will be a bunch given by events eventually here, but you'll want an army that they'll try to auto assign a decent one, and then you'll want to have them under an army group. So it'll come down like this, goes from your theater commander to your army group to your army to your core HQ to the divisions. So that's how you want to sort of keep the HQ system to work. Now for air workings. Well, it's both sort of simple and a little more complicated for this. Basically, what you want to do, something like, I'm trying to find a good fighter unit here. You want to take a fighter unit like this, say something like this, and you can come here and you just click a province like this, right click it, and then come, I would say it's best to like do this circular area. And for here, you can do either air intercept, which will be if they detect or when they detect an enemy aircraft in its, and then you can slide this bar and you can see here how after sliding, you see how it gets bigger areas, so it's a sort of blue area here that it will cover. So if it detects an enemy aircraft coming in, this is a fighter unit, it will, it'll try to intercept it and have an air battle. Or you can specify air superiority. And what it does is it just starts flying around this area, dominating the air there, and then if it, as it's flying around the area, an air unit comes in, it may be very near it to try to jump it. It'll try to, get it. If you're flying air superiority, it's using lots and lots of fuel because they're just flying. It is the best thing to do for effectiveness, but it uses lots of fuel. I like to use air intercept, so we'll only go up to intercept the unit. It'll only start flying and using fuel once it detects an enemy aircraft in there. So you'll want to, pick that as your sort of cover for the air. Now for ground attack units here, bombers of various types. Now we can't here, no, you can, this is how to rebase them. You click on another airbase, but click on here and it's not letting me pick some of these other things here because this is friendly territory. But if this was enemy territory, I could decide to ground attack a particular province or, again, an area of provinces. So if I wanted to specify, if I was at war and I wanted to attack Liège, I can, specify it, but I can't now because we're at peace over that. But I could specify strategic bombing, because there are factories there. I could specify logistical bombing, which will bomb the infrastructure. I can specify runway cratering if it was an airbase province to destroy the airbase. I could installation strikes. I don't really use that. I think that's going to take down things like the anti-aircraft guns and radars if they're in that province. Ground attack, if you set it to do that, and again, you can set it to attack one province, or you can again spread it out, like if you want to give an area of it. I'm sorry I can't, because we're not at war. It's not showing well how to do that. But so if you wanted to say like in this area, and so get it to whatever size, sort of like with the fighters, attack ground units, and when you do ground units, it'll specifically not attack strategical targets, factories or whatever. It'll just attack the enemy ground units in there. Interdiction will attack moving units, to like if they're trying to bring in reinforcements. Just for testing, remember to apologize after the exercise. Yeah, beam slam. Port strikes, those are set up to attack ships at port. Reserves, if you set a unit as reserves, what it will do is it will take the unit strength and give it to active units that are getting damaged. Obviously, rebase changes the base. If you click on another air base here, click on this air base, it'll want to rebase to here. What you can also do, let's come here with this fighter bomber unit, click a C tile. You can do naval strikes. So it'll start flying, sort of like it was air superiority. It'll start flying out here as it goes, and it'll look for naval units moving around in the area. Or convoy raiding, it'll look for convoys that are moving through it, and that's more abstract, but it'll try to hit convoys. So that's sort of a quickie on the air units and the hierarchical element of the HQs. And there's a really nice chart. Don't have a good way to. I can restart this here. Let me see about this here. Let me see if I can find this quickly. Now, let's come up to here. Okay, I'm going to have to restart it here. Theater commanders. The traits, and we can go back to there, are 6.25% of whatever their traits are. Their skills, the numbers of their skill levels, reduce for theater commanders, reduce stacking penalty by 1%. Don't worry about this for black ice. For army group, their skills are, you can see from 100% for divisional commanders and getting less. But here, the skill level decreases supply consumption by 5% per skill level for all, and this is for all subunits. So the army group commander, all of their subunits, whether they're in the army, corps, or whatever, if their skill level, he reduces supply consumption. The army commander, for all of the subunits, their skill level, increases organization by 1% per skill level. Corps commander improves chance of a reserve division entering into combat based upon their skill level. And skill level for the divisional commander increases combat efficiency by 5% per skill level. So, but they have to be that commander of that division in combat. Okay, we're going to go in and restart this now that this is, well, yeah, I'm going to restart it anyways. Well, let me just quickly show you. So what we're talking about here is this skill level. He's skill level 2. So he is not very, and he is the one that reduces stacking penalties. So it just, by two points. He is reducing supply. he's not very good, so he's only reducing it by 1. Let's go to, it'd be better to go von Rundstedt. Von Rundstedt's level 5, so he is reducing supply by 25%. That's a great supply reduction. Now I'm forgetting what some of these, I think this is organizational increase by 4. Yeah, organizational increase by 4%. This is chance to enter combat is improved, and of course this skill is the combat up here, so 2. So that sort of tells you the importance of having good commanders. And different ones. We're going to quit, and I'm going to restart the game. Don't worry, we'll be back. Hope that helps some, but I have some other detailed tutorials on the main YouTube page under the tutorials section. Problem with Hoi 4 is it throw out the majority of it. Yes. And there was a lot of complaints about the command structure. What the biggest complaint, in my opinion, well, it's a twofold complaint. One is they have a very, very poor auto AI selection. It's very poor. I years ago now sort of did an if-then type statement, that I think could have been turned into a program that would have done a much better AI selection for your actual leaders. And 2, the command distance was much less in the standard game because partially it's a twofold reason they changed it for Black Ice. One was it was awfully restrictive, so you had to keep the headquarters a lot closer. Not terrible, but the AI totally ignores it. So the AI will have a core commander here, but have one of its divisions up here, one of its divisions down here, and 2 of its divisions over here, and 2 of it, the 2 that maybe way far away are too far to get any bonuses. So the Black Ice people just said, to hell with it, we're gonna increase it, not like globally or anything. All of them still have a range, but it's much further with Black Ice. I think they swung the pendulum too far the other way. I don't think it's that big of a hassle to do the command structure. And if that's probably too far for a division to be. Well, the reason this is so far is not because he's straight under the theater commander, and his theater command radius is super. These guys are going to end up into 1 core eventually, and so then they'll need to be a lot closer. If let's see, let's try to, and you can just come here, like attach him somewhere. Let's see, far away. You can see now it gets a dashed line. That means it's too far away. So that's for a core commander's command radius. So he's not getting, nothing wrong with this, but he's not getting any command or any of the other higher level bonuses that you might have gotten here. So yeah, there's limitations to some of it, but it's been expanded up quite a bit. Well, let's start another episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745. And we're going to continue playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.51 with Third Reich events, and we're testing and seeing how this is playing together. Finding a few small problems, but so far so good. They just got another, okay, factory, industry. I really think for a while their paradox lost its way. I think it's getting back on track, but I'm not sure on that one. We'll see how it goes. Let's do that. And let's, this is given by event. Let me get a, there we go. Where did that go? Did that not show up? Okay, there it is. Why is it down there? I don't know. I'm gonna wait for an armored one. Oh yeah, maybe we'll wait for HQ to show up. If we can sell something to the US, sell some supplies. Yep, they have money and they need supplies, so. Oh, okay. Get a little bit of a positive flow in. Just some of these things I don't think are explained well enough. We give them money for rare materials. Yeah, we could use some rare materials coming in. Three-man turret. One of the other super advantages that Germany had in the early war. Eventually other nations caught up to it, but early war they were the ones with the three-man turret. So we got a few motor torpedo boats out to come in. Motor torpedo boats will help reduce practicals to get these done a little faster than destroyers. So yeah, that's good. Won't help a lot. Okay, we're getting into the battleships again. Let's start with an infantry division. Keep this being just a horse-drawn division. 7 brigades, I think, will be enough for some of these basic units. Okay, I keep forgetting to do that so many times. Let's try to do 2 in parallel, and we'll go 4 serially. There we go. Army build up proper. Get a bunch more. Yeah. Okay. I think we need a bit more production. Let's spread some of this out a bit. Need a bit more industry, I think, as well. I there's always sort of the temptation to either concentrate your industry versus spread it out. Concentration has its benefits, but it also has its problems. If you're going to have AA around in the province, and if you have enough, and I don't know what there's sort of and it's in the code, and I could go look it up for it. I think, not sure. I think if it detects that it has enough AA in a particular province, it stops trying to bombard that province. I'm going to guess and say 3, but I don't know what the number is right offhand. But also, if you don't have enough, then it can really, in one province, in one airstrike, one mission, it can do a lot more damage. Where if you sort of spread it out, and notice I sort of spread a lot out here and a lot in sort of in central a bit more that I've been adding to make it further away from Britain. So there's good reason to keep it. Hello, fat man. How you doing? The German people demand a big navy. Well, I don't know that we're going to get a big navy. And yes, I have seen some of the videos, and it is looking good. I'm liking what I'm seeing with the new DLC. Once it gets out, I will be playing it. I'm not in any sort of early getting program for that. Okay, for some reason, for a while we were getting our income. I don't know. We would give them money for rare materials. No, I don't want to buy from Turkey. Let's see if we can buy some from the Soviets. They're low on money. So let's buy some rare materials from the Soviet. Get them some money so that may have been what was stopping them from buying our supplies. I don't know. Armory car designs have improved. Very nice. Germans had some great armored car designs. Don't know if I really want to do much 38 text just yet. That don't help me yet. Manage any supply system combat with system. We'll see. We'll see. The game needs major error rework and actual HQ systems. But other than that, I'm excited. Yes. People are claiming, and it we may have evidence that Paradox may be starting to listen to its customers again. They have for a long time not been listening to the customers. Companies get this way. And it may be just the way all companies over time work. Paradox for a long time, and I've been had somewhat close association with them, being in the beta and other things over the years and talking to them. But they really seem to have had this idea. Look at all these people are playing our games. We're great. Seeing we're selling all these copies of games, and all these people are playing our games. And then we're going out here, people in the forums are going, we need this change. And they're going, yeah, but everybody's playing our games. And I'm sort of talking about the air thing, particularly here, that, the air, rework, major air rework. Like, well, we don't want teleporting aircraft that somehow magically jumps from Britain all the way over to Berlin. We want them to have to fly through that. They go, no, you don't need to do that. Everyone plays their games. Ugh. Well, I don't think they understand the difference between, well, people are playing your games, but people are dissatisfied. They're playing because there may be nothing else better at the time, so they're playing the game. But we don't like what's happening, so people aren't happy with it. And of course, the big thing you can see is Imperator Rome, how that crashed and burned. I mean, that was a freaking failure. And they designed a air system that I guess can't, fly across the channel, fly across the Low Countries, fly across Western Germany, and then get to Berlin, so that you could have air that's intercepting them here, air that's intercepting them here, air that's intercepting them here, and air intercepting over the target, and they take a trip, losses all the way through there and all the way back. And that you have to sort of play whack-a-mole in that, the AI sends all of its air over Berlin, this part of Germany. Well, let's send all of our air to there. And now it's over here, and we send it over here. So you got to play, as opposed to just, we have, air defense zones that they got to fly through. Or we can, like in this game, we can come here and give it an area of operation larger than one zone. Well, okay, if there's a limited zone, okay, but, they got to fly through it. The mere fact that they have maybe the best doesn't mean that people are satisfied. And people are upset with this, and they just don't want to listen to feedback. I mean, for the longest time, they have not wanted to listen to feedback. They just want to look at our stats. We're selling games. We're selling DLCs. Yay. And they have not been, until recently. Now, it's... Okay, guys, I'm a little salty. I'll admit that. Because I complained since before it was released that supply... I don't like the whole state mechanic. I like provinces. I don't like the state. And they do have, like Gibraltar, they do have one province states. So they could combine all of it back to province. But I complained that all of the supply was at the state level. Now I understand it's gone to the provincial level. And I complained that they should have railroads in it. I was one of, if not the, I was one of the main people saying we should have railroads. Well, I gave up contributing to the beta testing for a long time, meaning I hadn't played a beta in 6 months or more, and they were cleaning house, and I was... kicked out of the beta. And I wasn't upset because I hadn't played a beta or opened the beta game up or made a, hey, I found this bug, or hey, I think, because to a point I just gave up because I was saying we should get rid of the states, and we should have railroads, and Podcat was going, well, we have infrastructure, that equals railroads, it's the same thing, doesn't really matter, supply flows on the state level, so having railroads wouldn't really matter. Okay. And now that I'm gone, then they put it in, and I'm not there to give any feedback on it, for good or for bad. Whatever. So I am a little salty about that they finally doing what I wanted them to do since before the game was released. But now I'm not involved to test it or see it before it's launched out to everybody else. So I'm a little salty. I'll admit that. And and again, I'm not upset that they kicked me out because I was not actively participating in any beta thing, and they definitely kept me in longer than other people that got rid of it, and were kicked out. And again, it's not, well, there wasn't, we don't like you, you're gone. You just, hey, if you haven't been contributing for, however long, we're put out an announcement, we're cleaning house. And I didn't even bother to respond to like, please keep me in it all. Okay, fine. I knew it was coming at that point, and fine. I'm not salty for because I just gave up caring, quite honestly. I gave up caring about what they were doing, because just about everything, they did get in the sort of one level of command was added back in, of HQs was added back in. But otherwise, um, they weren't doing anything that I was interested in. I just gave up caring about it, and I just really felt that whatever, and I'm not really giving any details because I'm not supposed to talk about anything I did in the beta, but everything I sort of was saying, you ought to do this, was just effing ignored. Oh yeah, but our stats, people are loving this. People are playing numbers of hours. It's really great. How many, because they see how many people load up through Steam. How many people are playing it per day, how many hours people are playing it, how many, of course, copies of whatever. And so I was ignored. And I just got less and less interested of even being participated into what was going on with it. So I just was like, bleh. And so I gave up on it and was wanting to play mods like Black Ice for Hoi 4 or some of the other ones like Total War or whatever, trying out the other mods. But I gave up trying to play the core game. Just caring. So yeah, I'm not salty for being kicked out of the beta, actually, not at all. But I'm salty that, oh well, now that I get kicked out of the beta, and then they start doing the things that I've wanted them to do. That part I'm salty about. Okay, let me read some of the chats after my rant. AI for World War II games. Oh, the AI is hard. That's true. Some theaters actually need really careful planning, and even they should be able to program it. And yeah, well, they would do better, in my opinion, if they did some hard-coded AI stuff instead of trying to think that they can do a dynamic AI. You remember on launch, it was Benjamin Magnuson. Yeah, and he noticed that within the first couple of hours, luckily we have Kaiser Reich. Yeah, Kaiser Reich's a cool mod. By the way, airplanes are jumping from original airport to destination. They are not flying through the zones in Hoi 4. Yeah, I know that's what they do in Hoi 4. They jump around, and I don't like that. They, my understanding is that with their the way they built air, they can't do that. They can't have them fly through intermediate zones. It's just not the way they could do it. They would literally have to rebuild the air, like from the ground up, just about scrap everything. And and it wasn't just they could. Again, my understanding, I don't know the code, I don't know the details, but it's my understanding they can't change it to fly through intermediate zones. So now they could, of course, scrap it and build something entirely new. I mean, that could happen, but it's going to take a lot of effort. And if you looked, well, the Battle for the Bosphorus, and including some of the other DLCs coming out, they haven't been putting a lot of effort. This latest DLC looks like, again, all I've really watched are some of the little introductory, the 4 or 5 minute videos on like railway guns and some of the other stuff. I'm sort of forgetting, but I haven't really been following it. So, well, maybe they've removed some of the states. I don't know. Well, they could. Yeah, well, they could do the air if they want to, but I think they have to rebuild stuff. I think that massive scrap it and do another thing. And yes, it's a choice. They're choosing not to. For good or for bad, they're choosing not to. Okay, I'm seeing we're getting back into Scharnhorst production. So let's start with let's get rid of all of these. Could have left out. Let's start with an armored division. Let's go historical. And do a motorized battalion, not a whole This is more than a battalion. This is 4,000. Where this is 6,000. So we're going to go sort of historical in that. Medium artillery. Since this is armored, we're going to do armored cars. Do motorized engineers. So let's do a division HQ. And well, we have artillery. I don't know that we're going to do anti-tank. The air. I want to keep this sort of fast, so I'm not going to do heavy anti-air. No. Yeah, motorized engineers about the same speed. What are these currently looking like? Okay, two regiments. I don't think I'm going to go the 2 regiments. My cars, just standard, sort of weak artillery. Any semi-motorized and motorized stuff that we have here. You know, I think let's see, how many ICs is this? 45. Yeah, that's big enough. We're gonna do one. That's a lot of ICs for that. Oh, we need to. That's what we need. The trucks. Yep, we're gonna do trucks. There we go. 53. 53. That's expensive as hell. Okay, well, we're gonna start our. Oh no! Oh, it's 2 of them. Well, no, we're gonna go down to 1. Okay, I just wanted 1. I didn't realize it's getting 2. So it's 26. 26 sounds reasonable. 56. I was thinking that was 1 division. That was seeming way too much. Okay, we have another additional light aircraft factory. Bulgaria, yes, you can have a little bit of energy for even less money. Can we sell more to the United States yet? Yes, and they have money, and we'll see if we can sell them some supplies. Do that. Accepted, good. So yeah, as you can tell, I've been very disappointed in Hoi 4. I still think it's the future, and even though I'm back to modding Hoi 3 again, I really want to do mod for Hoi 4, but I just haven't had the the desire to. Would be the stormtrooper tactics. And these are these type of stormtroopers, not the SA ones. Now let's come over. But I'll definitely be playing the game once the new DLC is out. Unmodded it first. Give the mods time to catch up with the new changes. And I also want to see what they do. But unlike last time, I'm definitely having more recruiting going on here. We're doing massive conscription. 3-year draft, propaganda press. France, we would give them money for rare materials. No. Any extra rare materials we're going to conquer and take from you later on. So stockpile them rares. Okay. Netherlands. Again, we're going to stockpile your rares. We're going to come and take them later on. Okay. From the Soviet Union. Okay, we're going to try to buy some rare materials from you guys. Yeah, I know that'll put us in a deficit, but we can afford it for a while. Trade some more with the US and get more money. Okay, Great War Analysis. Is that done by any chance? Probably not. Nope, one more left. Yes, you may have metal. Oh, how's our ship sitting out here? Okay, so we're sort of watching what's going on to the zoom level to see it. Like I say, this is what was going on. Germany was part of the neutrality patrols, I think is what they were called, trying to keep out foreign intervention in Spain, but it didn't really seem to work. Soviets sent in lots of equipment and bunches of advisors and Cheka and other sort of secret police types. Italy sends in basically 3 divisions worth, I think. Germany, lots of air power, a little bit of navy, and a little bit of ground. About 300 soldiers at any one time. And of course, both sides are dumping all kinds of munitions into Spain. Now, Germany, the guy, forget his name, I read about him a while ago. The guy who was the primary guy responsible for selling arms and munitions to Spain. Again, for those of you, I know some of you guys are really well informed, but I don't know everybody who's watching. An arm is something like a artillery piece or rifle. A munition is what comes out of them, bullets or artillery shells. But they were selling arms and munitions to the Franco forces, and this one guy, and he had 3 ships that were responsible for smuggling, and they were foreign flag ships that he bought, but they were responsible for bringing them in. And he was some sort of buddy of Goering, and that's sort of how he was doing this and raking off a percentage of the sales. And so he was loading up these 3 ships worth of, arms and munitions, and the primary one sending them for Germany, sending them to nationalist Spain. And this was going so well, he bought 3 more ships. And trust me, the German High Command knows all, Goering and what knows all about this. Buys 3 different ships, but sells only munitions to the Republican forces. So Germany was supplying both sides. They were supplying both sides to the war, in actual fact. And so he had 3 ships running for the nationalists and 3 ships running for the Republicans. But my understanding is for the Republicans, it was just munitions. Where for and I may be wrong that it was just munitions, but for the nationalist, it was both arms and munitions. Oh, and what they were doing was this whole thing set up with Franco that basically rare materials could only be sold in Spain to a particular company in Spain, and this company would only sell them to a German company. Again, this guy was involved in it. So, and Franco for a while was like, well, hey, I might be able to get more for these. We've gone down to low popularity again. I might be able to get more for these rare materials from other nations. Can we change this agreement? And the Germans are sort of like, you could, but if you do that, we won't be sending you any more arms or munitions. If you want our arms and munitions, we won't even sell them to you. So yeah, you might be able to get more money from selling them to somebody else, but no, sell them cheaply to us or you won't get any of our bullets or guns. Yeah. He decided to stick with the Germans and sell the stuff cheaply to the Germans. So yeah, that was sort of the deal that was going on. Okay, we have the SS Totenkopf Inspectorate, a holiday center for the SS. You can read more about it there. Die Front. Okay, this is Switzerland Nazi newspaper. The big stadium. It'll cost less. You know, the people were in there's Hitler, there's Speer. They were testing, since they didn't have computers for testing. They found a hillside and they put it to the right angle, and they built these scaffoldings and put a section. You know, they built it so at least it looked just like those were all going to be stone and concrete and whatnot, but just looked like, you know, looked all mocked up Hollywood style, looked like it. But they were testing to see if you sat way up here, could you see the action going down here. So they were testing out the lines of sight and just how far away it was. And this is Hitler out at the test site at some hills somewhere with Speer looking at this. And, you know, when Hitler was questioned about, well, can we afford to build this huge stadium? Well, it's going to cost less than 2 Bismarcks. You know, come on. What would we need 2 more Bismarcks for? Well, you have a choice. You want to gain 1 dissent, lose 1 in national unity, and lose another 3% in NSDAP popularity, or you can gain 2 in popularity. It cost a lot of supplies and some ICs for, let's see, well, what is that? About 25 days. So, yeah. Okay, 6% of our ICs will go. That's just for building the mock-up. You never actually get the stadium because it was never finished, but starting to build it. Okay, gain some money from tourists, some international exchange. So yeah, again, TRE doesn't try to make Germany any easier. I don't know whether it does or not in actual fact, but there are a lot of costs to things. Maneuvers, big major fall maneuvers, Switzerland, Saalschutz, their SS kind of thing for their party. The NSDAP Ausland Organization, the National Socialist Deutsches, for Calcutta in India. Yes, they actually had it there. We can expand these overseas ones or not. We're going to expand them to spend a little bit of money. And Ford Werkszeitung, so it's a Ford Motor Company's magazine. It was, I don't know, monthly or something, monthly or weekly, or I don't know, but they had their own magazine. But that'll help us with our automotive construction industry gain. See a little bit more inside of it, because Ford was a major manufacturer in Germany for automobiles. And throughout the whole war, the Ford manufacturing continued to manufacture mostly trucks, I think, for Germany. But it's sort of, I mean, it's taken over by the government. Any Americans, even before America comes in the war, are basically sent home or whatever, continue to be run. And they don't nationalize it as in like take it over to be Nazi party or government controlled. I mean, they're controlling it, but it's still owned by Ford Motor Company. And they keep paying into the bank Reichsmarks that end up being worthless, of course. But paying into the bank, into bank accounts inside of Germany for Ford. Like I say, it becomes worthless. They don't end up with any extra money after the war or anything like that. They still own whatever property, you know, the factory. They bomb it at some point, the Allies do. Don't know if it was the British or the Americans or both, but they bombed the factory at some point. It's not destroyed, but it's damaged significantly, if I remember correctly. And yeah, Ford takes it over after the war is over again, but it's not like they were, got a lot of profit out of it, because Reichsmarks become worthless. So, they don't really get anything out of it after the war. Okay, so we get a bunch of industry here. from the Party Congress. It's a standard black ice. And see here, we were talking earlier about the essay. So this is just one of the events. I found a poster for it. NS Kampfspiel. National Socialist Fight Games, as I had that. That's what they sort of translated that as into English. In the area of SA Gruppe West Stuttgart in 1937, these competitions encouraged training within the SA. So these are going on all the time, all over, well, these right times of year, not necessarily like in the middle of winter, but the right times of year. This is just one of them that I found a poster for. I don't know that this, don't think so, this, guys running was from that event, but it just, sort of typical. So we get a little bit more unit training, command and control, gain a little bit of manpower, just one, lose a little bit of supplies, and a little bit more political indoctrination with your training. So yeah. So like I was earlier talking about the roles of the SA and what it was doing and continuing to be in my opinion, a major pillar. Okay, we've now gotten back to medium, though we'll probably lose it soon, just because this sort of screwy thing. Some of this, and though, because we do have a couple of we're mostly Nazis. We only have, supposedly he's a fascist, though I wouldn't necessarily call him a fascist. I would call him a paternal autocrat. And though I might agree that he's a paternal autocrat, I wouldn't call Werner von Blomberg a Nazi either. I would go paternal autocrat. But so the more divided your government is to different colors of thoughts, the more likely you're going to get a fractured government. But having mostly brown here, only two not, that's pretty unified as cabinet posts. Okay, Mountain HQ's advance, very nice. So we want to come here, stop that for now. Okay, we're building up spies, good. We're going to keep building up a bit more, I think. Okay, let's see, so here, let's do armor casting capabilities. Not sure if that's needed, but whatever, we'll do it. Continue to put more into there, and we have study for level 1 mountain HQs, yay. Yep, take this, lose a little manpower, but gain some cool HQs down here. Some supplies to America should go in. Okay, again, like we were talking about, medical guide for military training. That's what supposedly that says there. Here, just Google Translate it or whatever. The book's contents are introduction and purpose, significance, and the results of military medical examinations, life of the military man, general body care, pedicure for particularly important requirements, nutrition, all this stuff. So this is a book, and here's some stuff inside of it. It has a guy on the cover throwing a grenade. So these are the kinds of things that the SA are doing, working on training various elements that will end up in the army. I don't like these events because they're just random and not historically based. Look at our production. You never want to have your production tab open while the clock is running because it could crash the game. We don't know why. It just happens sometimes. Whenever it crashes, we don't know what's causing it. No way we can really test to try to fix it. Let's say we as in the modders, because we know it's a thing, but we don't know what causes it. All right. Keep getting through the upgrades, getting more and more into the Panzer Division here. Okay, CAG, not Crag, CAG. Ground crew training. Let's move this over to twin engine pilot training. And divisional command structure. And we'll let that continue. It's only 1933, so. Let's look. Are the US not sending us? Okay, no, we seem to be. Selling supplies like I keep doing. Let's look over here at the Soviets. Okay, it looks like they could, maybe we could send them some. Let's just do that much. Okay, we have some divisions we can start putting on, but we'll wait just a little bit. Yeah, unfinished event. I gotta finish this. No text in there. Let's have the pictures. Basically, this goes through, and then we can support an Arab uprising, because there was a lot of stuff going on already, because this is historically 3 Jews, 2 Arabs dead, 1 Jew, and 3 Arabs wounded, and dead and wounded in 24 hours there. So there's ongoing violence and fighting and whatnot. We can decide to send in money and supplies, basically, because I sort of kind of think this magazine article that, and then the Berliner Zeitung, Berliner magazine, sort of represents a something of a covert mission, in that, yeah, everybody knew the guy was there traveling around, but trying to pretend to be a reporter, or he was reporting the stuff, but I think he was really trying to make contact with these different groups and try to understand what's going on. So that's my evaluation of what I've read and think. So we can send in some supplies, basically sending some guns and munitions, and they will get local revolt risk improve or around that area. Or not. Well, we're going to do that. So I don't know if there will actually be a revolt breakout, a partisan unit here, but it'll increase some of the revolt risk in that area. Hey, Road Manor, how you doing? How's your day been? We've been expanding our factories a lot, so it's been using up a lot more of our rare materials here. See if we can sell some more supplies to America. They got money, yeah. And it's accepted. And core structure, I know we still want to continue there. Okay, let's do Flak Regiment Goring. Keep Goring happy. Okay, 2% ICs until the 16th of March. 38? That seems a long time, but I don't know. 5 ICs in. But we have a parachute unit that can't parachute, at least not while it has the flat guns attached, but okay. Let's see, where can we attach this to air unit. Doesn't he have one? Isn't there one in Berlin? No, there's the overall HQ there next to it. But well, okay. That's just up there. When do you think California state government collapses in the sense of needing federal bailouts? I really don't know. I know for a while there, before the pandemic, actually the tax collection, my understanding, was more than their outcome for the immediate stuff. So they were actually running a bit of a surplus, I think. I don't know. Um, because in a way they're already getting lots of bailouts. That infrastructure bill that's going through, I don't think Biden signed it yet, or maybe he has, but been going through, or I think it still needs to get through the Senate. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure on the infrastructure bill. That's going to dump a lot of money into California. That is a partial bailout because, and I don't even. I'm just. This is just some things I heard long time. I mean, within the last year, but not recently. And maybe they didn't stay in the bill. But some of the infrastructure is just going to pay for things that the state government won't have to. Because if you look at it, it's an infrastructure bill. But if you add in one more word, and they've even added this word at times. I know this is modern politics here, but this is my YouTube channel. They say social infrastructure at times, and so they this is a social bill as much as anything else. When people hear infrastructure, they think things like roads, bridges, and maybe the internet, or telecommunications or something like that. No, this is as much a social infrastructure bill, social welfare programs, and other things. They could just be dumping in enough money that will allow California to spend its budget another way. So I don't really know how much of that is going to help out the state government situation here. But they've already lost Tesla, to my understanding. There's still, I think, a Tesla factory here, but they're moving the headquarters to Texas. And I think Elon Musk is planning on eventually shutting down all operations in California. First you move the headquarters, so their location is not in California, so they don't get to tax that. But they still get to receive payroll taxes and other stuff. But as the jobs leave California, the people that were paying income tax for working in the Tesla factory, which I understand, unlike Amazon, is actually well-paying jobs. I could be wrong. I don't know, but in detail. But so yeah, they're losing Tesla. It's not all, like I say, it's not all gone just yet, but they're going to lose that, and they're losing other things. So I don't know. It's spiraling. But I think it's. I think I was going to say I think the Democrats are going to bail them out. Well, the Democrats are going to lose both the House and the Senate, in my opinion, next elections next year. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good clear answer for you, but it's not going well. And I don't think they're spending any money on that stupid railway plan, high-speed railway from LA to San Francisco. So I don't think they're actually doing that crap. So yeah, don't know if that helps or answers your question. Okay, heavy armor design. So we can now construct heavy armor. That will make Arno happy. Looking for 37 technologies that I should be doing now while it's efficient, before really digging into much of these 1938. We'll do SQL. The 4-year plan magazine, just talking about that, increases our NSDAP organization and popularity. Yay, we need that. I thought we were going to have a change in governor here in California, but with this mail-in voting, for now, so long as there's mail-in voting, the Democrats will control California. I'm not saying that's forever, but for now, so long as they can keep doing, and mail-in voting, everyone, is different than absentee voting. Before the mail-in voting, you had to say, and you didn't have to prove it, and sometimes, and even you had to proactively go in and say, or write in and say, I am going to be out of town on the election day. I would like an absentee ballot, please. Or I just can't get to the voting booth, like if you were bedridden or something like that. But you didn't have to prove anything. It's not like you had to have an ID. You didn't have to go. You just had to write in and say, I want an absentee ballot. And they would mail you one because you couldn't show up. And then you get to mail that back. That's fine. I'm all for that. But just sending everybody a ballot who's a registered voter, including people that are not citizens that are registered voters, because you get a driver's license in California, they register you to vote. They don't ask, well, they sort of maybe ask if you're a citizen, but you don't have to prove it. You just have to say you are. So long as they're doing that, the Democrats will run California. Until that changes somehow. Because after all the rich people, or most of the rich people and the middle class people leave California, the poor people will want their government benefits, so they will just vote for the Democrats. So the state is just spiraling out. Hello, Yoshihisa Shimazu. How you doing? Okay, CAS pilot training advanced, close air support. Yay, we like close air support. Okay, that's a 38. Let's see. I don't know that let's do ground attack tactics. That's cool. And land power. Okay, we now have enough units on the map, ground units, to count as land power. So organization regain rate is up 2.5%, and land organization is also up 2.5%. Which is nice. Okay. Karl Frank, that guy is stirring up trouble in Czechoslovakia. At Germany's request, we would give them, no, we're going to steal yours after we invade and conquer you. Your resources that you stockpile. As you may notice, I want to trade, particularly with nations that I will get some benefit out of trading with them. Things like trying to get us, or Hungary and Romania, to be more friendly with me, Finland to be more friendly, Sweden to be more friendly. I want to trade with them. And buy resources. That's different than selling supplies. Selling supplies or selling, steel or something cool. But buying that, because nations that I'm planning on invading, like Belgium, like the Netherlands, they are stockpiling all extra, like rare materials or oil or whatever they might, or just coal and steel. They're stockpiling them in their capitals from their colonies or other places, and same as France and these other things. So nations that I'm going to invade, I don't want to buy materials from them, because I will get a big chunk of them Like when I take over Czechoslovakia, I'm going to take a big chunk of it. So there's no point in buying now when I can take later, and I can buy from nations that I don't plan on invading, and particularly look for nations, yes, good, that will really help us, nations that it's good to get stuff from, yes. No, we don't want to. See, I don't plan on invading them, I don't think, but they're not going to become friendly with me. They're programmed not to. They will keep trying to be in the middle ground. I don't want to get from you because you're not going to buy anything from me. Oh, and also I try to, if it's not a diplomatic reason, like Austria, or not, well, Austria, yeah, but Hungary and Romania, it's like with the Soviet Union, is that the Soviet Union will buy supplies from me. So I want to give them money for rare materials to then, to be able to, I sell them supplies, which they give me money for, and then I take that money and I give that money back to them for their rare materials. So it creates a loop. So you want to do that, and then you want to, buy from nations that will get you closer to you. That you want to have close to you. Artillery unit combined arms. Just at least that's my philosophy here. Okay, artillery unit combined arms. Yeah, we can do military police now. Well, and yeah, I know it'll put us in the negative, but we'll do that too. But we fully got that into production. And if Arno's still with us here, I'm going to please Arno. I'm going to start producing one heavy armor unit. Currently they're calling it the Norbertfahrzeug, but whatever. Make Arno happy. That's 19 ICs. We'll attach that to some division somewhere. That'll be our main breakthrough division for going into Western Europe, and we'll also have it ready for the Eastern Front. Now we've lost our little bit of income from Austria. Well, I think we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank you so much if you've made it this far. I know only about 10% of you do, but it's a real pleasure that you get here and that you've enjoyed. I hope if you made it this far, you've enjoyed hanging out and listening. So thank you so much. Of course, if you're new, please hit that subscribe button if you like this kind of content. And of course, if you like this kind of content, you're already a subscriber, hit that thumbs up so I know that you like it, how many people hit that thumbs up, as well as the YouTube algorithm likes it. So it will do that, promote that. So I want to thank you all so much. And of course, I want to thank Toyjet, Timothy, and Nils for your support over on Patreon, but everyone else just hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much, everyone. And guys, I think I'm going to let my voice take a break here. Those of you live, I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with Arno and maybe a few others, playing some War Thunder. Come and hang out. We'll even make room for you, and we'll even play some, entry-level War Thunder. It's a free-to-play game. So you are to be sent as a gift to China. No, we're not sending it to China. Well, one, you can't send units like you can in Ahoy 4, but Japan is sort of pushing out into here and pushing out into there. They're doing pretty well. They're about ready to knock this click off Shanxi, like it looks like. But yeah, p.m. there. Sounds something Dutch there or something. I don't quite know, but yeah. I don't know. So we'll be back tomorrow doing that. Think I'm Tuesday. I think I'm streaming for Slytherin. Field of Glory Medieval. I think it's that, but I'm not absolutely sure. And of course, be back next weekend with more. And of course, you can follow me. You guys, if anybody's new here, follow me on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube for more great videos. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, guys. See you soon, I hope.